but it would appear that after many, many weeks of lockdown, and obviously lockdown still exists in many parts of the world still, we can at least get a motor race going today. Twice around the clock as well. So we have cars already assembling on the grid for the Hankook 24H series, and it's back after one or two plans to get races going since the Dubai event way back in January. But what now, 5 months on, we can finally go racing on what would have been a huge weekend in motorsport anyway, with the small matter of the 24 hours of Le Mans now postponed until September. So extra spotlights able to be shone onto the Portimao circuit. We will take you around the track and, of course, detail the runners and riders. But I'm delighted to say that a man who covered qualifying right here on RS3 yesterday with John Hindhaugh is Nick Damon, partnering myself, Johnny Palmer. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Nick Damon, wherever you are around the world. You're sitting right here.
Choose your time zone. Hello, Johnny. How are you? Good
I'm
morning,
all right.
everyone. Hello, everyone. It's, we are on the cusp of full metal racing starting again in Europe. We've had a couple of behind closed doors race course in America, but those were national series effectively. Now we have an international race taking place away from its base. There's obviously Creventic base in the Netherlands. This is a Portuguese race, and we have teams representing Germany, Belgium, Portugal, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. I think it's Belgian teams as well. Yeah, so we've got a Swiss. Yes, a Swiss team. I think Switzerland twice. Hop Swiss, I have to say now. It's contracted by. So a good mix of teams running across 5 classes, and a lot of competition there, as we saw in qualifying yesterday, Johnny.
And no small amount of logistics in order to get these, it's a small but perfectly formed grid, but actually a huge undertaking to get those people, as you say, from their resident countries, wherever they may have flown from in some cases, but the cars will have no doubt come by road, and the amount of forward planning to make sure that you can get across the relevant borders and into the country legit has taken some time, I'm sure. I mean, it is a great deal of planning just to get a race like this underway in normal circumstances, but you would sense there's going to be quite a bit of extra paperwork to get through. Yeah,
I mean, Portugal actually is one of the least affected countries in Europe. One of the reasons to put the race in Portimao, for example, I was informed that their social distancing rules are only 1 metre, not 2 metres, so you can get a little bit closer whilst not breaking their rules. But more importantly, of course, there is a complete set of procedures for how to deal with reducing any possibility of cross-infection, and also reduce numbers of personnel in the pits. So there's a new pit lane structure which we'll perhaps run into when we get nearer those first set of stops. You'll see less people in the pits and less people running, and you'll also see the masks are everywhere, and just a generous people.
Let's head to the grid with Peter and Ola, who are ready to chat to drivers.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Johnny. We're taking over your job here in Portimao for now.
But just temporary. Don't worry.
Next time you will be back. What we have here is, for the first time during the Corona pandemic, real cars, real racing. We're very happy to be here at the Autodromo de Algarve in Portimao, and this is the very first race of our European season this year, Peter.
Yes, it absolutely is. It was quite an achievement, and I think first of all we have to thank all the people that made this together with us, all the teams, the production company, also you guys, Johnny and Nick, John from Radio Le Mans, to make this happening with us. It was quite an achievement, and finally, after 3 months, we are back on the grid and we are ready to race. It's no esports, and there is no escape button that can help you when you have an accident.
No quick repair, no fast repair this time.
Absolutely not. It's 24 hours pure racing.
Okay, now we are here. It was quite a challenge to get here, to be honest. In the beginning it was hard to believe that we'd actually made it. But we're here. We've got a grid of 15 cars, which is not an awful lot, but it doesn't need a lot of cars to make a good race. And these people are the ones that share the passion that we are sharing and that are bringing this race to the people at home right now. So let's maybe have a look at our competitors, Peter.
Yes, correct, and you can this correct what you say, Ola. It may be only 50 cars, but don't forget the last 3 months we had 0 races, we had 0 cars, so we are very happy with this car grid and with 15 cars on the grid. That's how I say it. On the pole position, maybe we can do the start grid. We have the car of HTP Windward. Philip Ellis yesterday set the fastest pole time with 1:43.848. On the second place, the Herbert Motorsport car, starting number 92. And on the third place, it's starting number 91, the sister car from Herbert Motorsport. Maybe can we see, Ole, if we can have a quick word with somebody on the grid?
I see that Jürgen Hering is standing behind the 92 car. He's getting ready right now. Jürgen, thank you for being here with us in Portimao. How are you feeling about this race, the very first international race during the Corona pandemic?
I'm very proud to be with this race after this dramatic Coronas, and I hope we have here today a very nice race and fight again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. Good luck today and have fun during the race.
Yes, I continue with the start grid. On the fourth place, we have the car from Mulner Motorsport. Jeroen Blekemolen set this time yesterday, and for Jeroen, it was a very late entry he made. I thought the decision was Wednesday, Thursday, that Jeroen decided to go into the plane to Portimao to have a race with us. On the fifth place, we have the car of Speed Lover, starting number 978, the white Porsche. On the sixth place, the beautiful Aston Martin of the Pro Sport Racing team. And the second car of Mulner Motorsport is on the seventh position. The grey Mercedes from Park Algar Racing on their own home track on the eighth position. And to make it complete on the GT start grid on the ninth position, it's the Veloso Racing team, also from Portugal. And then we had the GT start grid. And of course we also have a TCE start grid. A beautiful start grid with 6 TCR cars. As you know, the TCR class is always a very competitive class in our series. And also this race with 6 cars that are really near to each other. Let me check if we have still a few minutes to talk to somebody. They are already in the car. Let me check if we can have a very quick word, although the engineer is talking to him. So I'm not sure if I can come in between. It's Rick Breukers. He set the pole position yesterday. I try. Rick, are you ready for the race?
Yeah, of course. The temperature is a bit colder today, so it should be good, and we are looking forward to a nice race.
How happy are you to do real racing after 3 months? I know you did a lot of sim racing, but how happy are you?
I'm very happy. I was waiting for a long time to get back in the car, and then to start off with a pole position on the first weekend back is of course really great, so I'm really happy to be back.
Thank you. Good luck this race. We see each other later.
And we've got a lot of other regular competitors and 2 new faces with our TCE class. The Come to You Audi RS3 LMS, driven by Tom Coronel and Berton, both WTCR drivers this season. And it's the very first time they appear in this TCR car in our series. Also at the back of the grid, we've got the number 124 Code Racing development car, a new competitor to our series. They have been driving with us before, the drivers, but this is the very first time that they're here with us, and they made a long way down to Portimao along the other 14 competitors to be part of this unique and historical race. We have to practice some social distancing here, all of us wearing face masks, limited amount of people. The set of rules is a little different than other times. Less mechanics are allowed to work in the pit lane. Special times require special measures, and we are taking care to ensure the safety of all of our competitors comes first, and to set an example towards the world of motorsports right now, today and tomorrow, Peter.
Yes, correct. And it's good to see that everybody noticed the protocol we have. Everybody has the mouth mask on it. Everybody has only 3 persons per team on the start grid. The social distancing. Unfortunately, you missed, of course, the grid goals. That's also something that's in the protocol. We missed them very much. But yeah, it's something we have to deal with. I think we only have a few minutes to the start. I think we have to also to leave the start grid, Ole.
Yes, let's give the word back to Radio Le Mans and to the track presentation. Thank you very much, Peter.
Yes, thank you. Go to
And
the track
back to
presentation.
London.
Great work from Peter Fry and Ola Dolleman down there on the grid to get a feel then of the atmosphere prior to this very special, unique, you might say, race with the social distancing in use quite necessarily, but a true international field that has assembled at the Algarve circuit. So the grid, which is in two sections for GT cars, so-called, but there is a mixture of classes within that, and then the TCEs towards the rear, as Ola and Peter were describing. It's a pole position for the number 84 Mercedes GT3. That's a 2019 spec car. Bear in mind, there is a, well, more than facelifted version available to some teams as well, but no 2020 Mercedes on the grid. However, the 84 car of Bryce Ward, Russell Ward, Indy Dontje and Philip Ellis will start from pole position, having posted a time of 1 minute 43.8 in yesterday's qualifying. Not sure who's to start that. My money would be on Indy Dontje, possibly Philip Ellis, but we'll wait and see. Alongside it, the first of the two Herbert Motorsport Porsches. That's the number 92 car of Jürgen Haring, Constantinu, Marco Seefried, Michael Hughes and Tim Muller. Their time, a 1:44.1, so only a quarter of a second slower, and it's a Mercedes and Porsche front row. The sister Herbert Porsche starts from third. That's the 91 car of Daniel Allemann, Ralph Bone, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer, a familiar lineup for the 91 car starting third. And then the Mühlner Motorsport 921 Porsche of Moritz Krantz, Carlos Vieira, Jerome Blekemolen and Tim Kloot. Then we got another Porsche, number 978. So this, like the 921, will be a Porsche Cup car with less aero than the GT3 machines. And I don't know, will those Porsches be able to live with the speed of the GT3s, at least in the early stages? That's going to be an intriguing battle, although the time's bigger than the 978 crew would have wanted, because it's over a second slower at the 978 compared to 921. They're fourth and fifth on the grid. The 401 Aston Martin starts sixth, and the driver lineup there is Rodrigue Guillon, Tom Heeren, Nico Verdonk and Scholl. Then we got the 421 Porsche starting from 7th position ahead of the Mercedes number 412. A reminder of the calendar, which has obviously taken a very different look since we first announced this, back end of 2019. We were at Dubai in what was sadly a curtailed race because of the extent of rainfall in the Middle East that particular weekend, but it was declared as a result and full championship points were awarded. Then, of course, we were due to go to Monza, but that race having to be postponed. We've had a virtual Monza race. We find ourselves now, though, this weekend, during Le Mans weekend, as it was planned to be, for the 24 hours of Portimao on this 4.6 kilometre, 15 corner circuit. A great place to go motor racing because of the undulation around this place. Monza still on the bill, but for next month, over the weekend of the 10th and 11th of July, and cracking that for the first time Creventic can travel to that circuit just outside Milan, 5.8 kilometres, and it's 11 corners, steeped in history, of course, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that that race can take place in a very badly affected area of the world, of course, by COVID-19. Barcelona in the 24 hours, the annual visit at the start of September, still taking place as things are, and that's over the 4th and 5th and 6th of September then for the third 24-hour race of the season, and then a second visit to Italy, but to a very different part of the country, San Marino, and the 12 hours of Imola, again to a former Grand Prix circuit with so much history there too. And then it is a quick hop to the Zandvoort circuit, which is now planned to be the same weekend as what was originally going to be the COTA Circuit of the Americas, but that date not able to happen. So Zandvoort to the beach of the North Sea and the Netherlands, so not necessarily quite a short hop, but a month after Imola is the visit to the home country of Creventic, and great to be going back to Zandvoort after, it's got to be at least 4 years from memory.
Yep.
Nick Damon has Good memories.
Many happy memories of
Indeed,
Zandvoort.
of that particular
especially
weekend.
travelling with you. It's fantastic.
Well, I like to provide a bit of, I don't know, time off from the racing and opportunity for you to be aghast at various things. The cars are on the move, by the way.
Can I just say I really enjoyed the going through the calendar because the last one we weren't quite sure where we were going.
Where were we going? Well, there has been some doubt about that final weekend.
It was brilliant. It was like, okay, and how long can I hold this pause before I have to say the track now? I don't recognise the design at the moment. Oh, it's Zandvoort. Okay, off we go. And the cars are often going on there with warm-up. I think maybe the second of 2 warm-up laps. There are in this just under 3-mile circuit here at Zandvoort. We're looking out of the window of the ever-present, really. When you say Creventic, you think Herberth Motorsport. You think the car that's currently running with the 91. You think the Renault brothers, Dane Allen and Ralph Bont. And they will be starting in third. Oddly, the slowest of the GT3s in qualifying, though. It was a kind of a battle which was not necessarily joined by all with the same intensity. I think, 24-hour race, first, second or third, not as much of a problem.
Basically got to the back of the GT field, just to fill in some of those numbers. 412 will start from 8th place, and the 408 Velosa Motorsport entry, which is a Porsche, will start from 9th position. There's nobody then on the 6th row. That's the interval between GTs and the TCEs, but the TCE pole position being taken by car 101. We heard briefly from Rick Brokers there on the grid, being interviewed by Peter Fry, and their Cupra will start from pole position with Luke, brother of Rick, Ivo, father of Rick, so a true family affair in car 101. Alongside them will be the Come To You Team Audi Sport 117 RS3, Tom Coronel, Nicolas Bert, Nick Berton, and Nat Berton rather, and Quinton Giordano. Then the rest of the field is Volkswagen engine cars. 3 of them are actually VWs, and the Audi to the rear. So car number 1 starting on the 2nd row, 12th position, kind of in a gross figure on the grid, but 3rd within class, alongside the 112 of Autorama Motorsport. That's an all Autorama Motorsports 2nd row, in fact, in TCE. Code Racing Development, the 124 car starting 5th, alongside AC Motorsports Audi of Stéphane Perrin, Michael Blanchimont, Christophe Heyman and Hannes Moran. So the cars are starting to assemble into something resembling a grid formation, and well, they need to hurry up a little bit. Is it going to be a single file start to the race?
It's going to be a single warm-up lap. They've dropped the pace. We are only a minute or so from midday. Behind the Mercedes safety car, I think it's an E-Series Coupe.
If indeed the Mercedes is going to pull in at this point, or are we going to go round again? No, they are now starting to assemble into a 2x2 grid formation. So this is more like what I was expecting. Yeah, probably.
And he's pulled in and we're away.
He has. So that's it. We're underway after such a long wait for real-life motorsport within the Hankook 24/8 Series Championship. Back we go after Dubai at the start of the year, and it is a good start from the number 84 Mercedes, stealth-like in its matte black livery. 2 Porsches slotting into 2nd and 3rd. There's a 3rd Porsche there as well to make it those 3 squabbling away at the rear bumper then of that Mercedes. Then the GT4 fight between an Aston Martin and a Porsche, but it looks to be a good start for the 401 car as well, powering their way now past the rotunda, which provides great views to the hairpin bend, and darting right at the inside there for 2nd place is the Herbert Porsche. That's the 91, I think.
91 has red flashes, the 92 has green flashes on an all-black checkerboard look. So, yeah, it's Robert Renauer has gone up the inside of Jürgen Harding, and he is now taking chase of Indy Jonty. So, yes, it was Phyllis got the pleasure of doing all the qualifying and several sets of tyres. They let the other AMG Pro driver, Indy, take the start, and he's already trying to ease away. Robert Renauer, seeing that happening, isn't going to let him go, and the 3 of them sweep over the Portimao corner for the first time before they come back down the hill to the kink at 12. Behind them, you say it's another Porsche, but that's from the 991 class, and it's the first 4 sticking together. There's already a noticeable gap before 5th, so we'll see who that is when they come across the line. Climbing back up the hill towards 14, the Sagles corner, named very much because you look to the left of this, you'll see a massive advert for Sagres on the stands behind it. Portimao, an interesting combination of people's names, basic numbers, like first corner is called Primera, and Lagos was a destination, and then you've got a dedicated corner in Craig Jones, and then a number of adverts with Gulp and Sagres and Samsung. So, it's kind of a... It's nice not to have the America thing of turn 1, turn 2, turn 14, but there's no theme, let's say that. As lap 1 is in the books of the first full metal racing in Europe for, 3 months.
The one thing I will say about those corners is they don't change a great deal, whereas there are other circuits that I won't name that tend to change their sponsored corners with every race meeting, and sometimes between a Saturday and a Sunday.
It's not
very confusing. How did you guess? Inti Doncha leads the way after 1 lap completed. 1.6 seconds is the gap. Back to Robert Renauer, as Nick mentioned, in the Hairbet Motorsport car. And Robert wasting no time at all in charging past his teammate Jürgen Haring. I'm sure Jürgen knew that the 91 car was coming because plenty of space was made. And the last thing they want is for them to be rattling door handles between the team cars this early on in a 24-hour race. It's Moritz Krantz from Mühlner Motorsport in his 991 spec Porsche who leads his class 921 ahead of Gavin Pickering in the speed level Porsche 978. But that's the duel for the Porsche Cup honours. And then it's the GT4 battle. Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin of Nico Verdonk versus Jose Monroy, the Portuguese of Parcalga Racing Team. And they have a Mercedes-AMG GT4. So 6th and 7th in GTs, but this, hopefully, is going to carry on for at least the next couple of hours because they've looked very, very closely matched indeed, Nick.
Yeah, in qualifying, the Mercedes, the silver car behind, the Aston Martin running in an interesting white and orange livery. Jose and his team did an awful lot of kind of strange qualifying. They actually did about 7 in and out laps without setting a time initially, so they were trying to get to the bottom of a problem or just practice their pit entry and exit, and then slowly built up to a speed during the last 10 minutes or so. Didn't get past the Aston. Nico Verdonk, who's been running these GT4 cars for about a season. I think we've had these in Creventic, initially starting out pure white and getting more colourful as they go on. Verdonk, the ever-present. We normally have a kind of a rotational of drivers who are supporting him. Who's he got with him this time? It is Tom Helen, Konstantin Scholl and Rodrigo Guillon. So it's 3 Belgians and an Austrian, Scholl being the Austrian. But Verdonk, of course, a very established racer. And someone who would normally, we think we might be easing away from local expert, perhaps, Jose. Now, in with the Red Camels Jordan. So Rick Broik has managed to lose the lead of TCR in the Red Camel Jordan's machine. He was absolutely imperious in qualifying, miles ahead of everyone else, and set many laps. But he's fallen behind the DHL liveried machine, which
Tom
is
Coronel,
the 117. So Tom Coronel, who's given up trying to friend people on Twitter, then unfriend them, then refriend them again to actually race for a while, which is useful. But he's got himself ahead. So it's a battle of the the old established Dutch superstar and Tom, who one of many people who kind of wonder how they never made it to F1. He had an incredible rising star in the ascendancies around the turn of the century, and perhaps been in 2001, 2002. And Rick Broikers, of course, whose career has been stratospherically pointing up all the point until now, where I think we were talking to him in Dubai, and after a couple of years as a kind of a semi-works Lamborghini driver, that's kind of also at a crossroads as well. So he's got things to prove. Will he be able to beat his erstwhile, almost kind of one of his heroes, I think, many years when he was younger?
Yeah. Oh, no, no doubt about it. With all the years in the European Touring Car Championship, the World Touring Car Championship, and as you say, other disciplines too. And impressive to see that Nathaniel Berton is part of that driving lineup with Tom Coronel, now on board, in fact, the 117 car. So the engine in the background that you can hear is the motor powering the Audi RS3. So that's a Volkswagen power plant. But as I say, some news in the week about Berton joining Tom's team in the World TCR Championship. So unsurprising that they're taking this opportunity to get some mileage in ahead of that campaign properly starting, as slowly these well-established championships around Europe and indeed around the world start to awaken again after such a spell of sadly being in the shadows, but for obviously, you know, legitimate reasons.
Yeah, Nat Burton, I'm sure, would expect you to be racing this weekend, but he would expect you to be racing in at Le Mans, because he's obviously had a huge amount of experience in P2 and P1 as up the inside tries to go Rick Breukers as they accelerate round and up through the turn 7 and dive into 8. They're going to turn, he's got the outside for the Samson corner 9, which is here. Coronel holding the inside line as they're going to be climbing before they drop down to Craig Jones, named for the British Superbike driver who tragically lost his life in 2008, but was a Algarve resident. You get an idea of the basic undulation of the track from these long cameras, but the fact is, it is an amazingly up and down track. It's got more. It's basically this track could be a roller coaster at Disney World.
Yes,
with no problem whatsoever.
Very easily. And the number of times, you know, I've been in the press room to chat to staff of the circuit to say, can you tell me how much this track rises and falls? Nobody's got a figure. I think because it probably changes from year to year, because there's that much subsidence. But yeah, they haven't got a tape measure long enough. But I think you know, from a Spa point of view, you always want to know the lowest point of the track to the highest, but they don't seem to have that figure here, despite it being a distinct highlight. Not only is it a cracking place to draw on a map, but then once you add in that third dimension, then you very often end a lap with your stomach in your mouth, which is something we love about motor racing. And something you don't get from the simulators. No,
that's true. But it's interesting, Clark. You know how you can work out why someone put a track somewhere? Or it was an old airfield, let's put a track there, or it's, you know, it evolved from a basic piece of grass track like Brands Hatch. You think, well, they found this massively undulating piece of scrubland in Portugal. How do you think that was going to be a track? You know, how was that planned to run through the ups and the downs? But they have made an absolutely fantastic, gorgeous rolling plains of the circuit where you're never going straight and flat at any point, really. As you can see now as they come into the turn at Tolle VIP. The big scrap here for the TCR lead just at the front. Indy Donti now has a lead of just under 2 seconds from Robert Renau, who himself has a lead of 7 seconds over his teammate Jürgen Hari 9 seconds off the lead. Then it's Moritz Krantz from Mullen Motorsport Porsche 911. He's got a lead of 3 seconds from his Gavin Pickering in the Speed Lover. That's the two cars in 991. And Jose Monroy has got past Nico Verdonk. So the Park Algar Racing team, the local team in the Mercedes, is now leading GT4, and the Aston Martin's dropped behind them by about 2 seconds. And further back in the TCR field, we have the number 1 car, which is got the Ultra Motorsport Wolf Power with Yannick Müller. Has the number 1, that's the car you can see through the windscreen. That has number 1 because it was the overall Creventic champion last year. All the cars have a number relating to their class they're in. So under 100, you're GT3. If you're a 900, you're a 911. If you're 400, you're a GT4. And if you're a 100, you're a TCR. But if you are the overall champion, it does not matter what class you're in, you have car number 1. So that's a big, you know, kind of privilege for Autorama. And with that car, they've taken that privilege and they've entered the first full race in Europe for Creventic of the European season. They're still battling away. The two Dutchmen, youth versus experience, Coronel versus Breukers, the Audi versus the Seat, booted versus hatchback. You got any more? I'm running out of comparisons now.
No, it's good.
Yellow versus orange.
Yeah, there's that as well.
Black wheels versus white wheels.
I'm just wondering whether there's any sort of delivery agency on the side of that orange car, but I don't think there is, so we can't compare that. But it's a well-known livery for Tom Coronel from his, many years of racing Seats and now into the Audi RS3. So great to have Tom as part of the lineup, and clearly he's providing some stern competition for Rick Breukers, who was dominant in qualifying, as Nick was suggesting, but now has an extra bit of a challenge for this opening stint. It looks like the Cooper's already got the light bar fitted for overnight running. That's something else to think about, because this track can get very, very dark indeed.
Oh yeah,
particularly out the back.
I mean, that's a good point you make, Johnny. The concept of perhaps, you know, doing something in a pit stop to put on the light bar, which we do see, there aren't those people over the wall.
No, that's true.
They've only got 2 guys who can work on the car in the pit, plus the guy holding the lollipop. So things you'll also see, which you don't see, is only the drivers. The driver getting in, the driver out, the only people who do the driver exchange. There's no green tabarded man yanking you out even though they don't want him to do. It's much more reduced. So and the thing about only 2 cars, I say over the wall, to help our American listeners, but actually in the pit lane, it does mean you've got to think about tyre changes. They've suddenly become far more expensive in time than they were. Because you can't get them off and move around and rotate. And even though they tend to work on one corner at a time, there's a kind of a ballet that enables several people to do that job. Now you have the same person doing it. And certainly if you're in TCR with the 5-nut and the GT4s with the 5-nut wheels, it's a big thing to think about. Obviously the single nuts of the GT3 is a bit less important, but the time taken there is a key point.
Prior to the current circumstances, when it was an open pit lane, if you like, what was the limit on personnel then? Was there even one?
I think they had 6.
Right. I mean, that's more than you need, isn't it?
Because you had a limit. You had too many people over across the line. You could get a ban. But I think it was either maybe 5 actually.
Yeah.
5 and the man with the lollipop, I think it was.
Okay.
I'm sure
maybe not allowed to touch
Paul
the car.
Trustwell's listening, and he sent me the updated regulations, which we'll run through in detail when we get to the pit stops. Hopefully Paul can just ping me a thing about what it was. I think it was 5 and the lollipop. It could have been 4, the lollipop and the driver yanker.
Yeah,
but
just to give people an idea of how much scaling down and rejigging people have had to do, to rethink their pit stops. Just one of a number of things on the list. Not impossible, and as long as it's fair for all, then it's still a competition between the top 2 in the TCR category. 117 is Tom Coronel for Come To You Team Audi Sports of Belgium, although very much a Dutch driver, and his compatriot Rick Brokers in the more familiar to 24H Series fans, Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra TCR DSG. So the DSG gearbox being run in the 101, and they tumble their way down the hill and swoop through turn 12, the nameless turn 12, up to the braking area at 13, which is so crucial because it's very, very easy to hit the brakes just a quarter of a second too late, and you can very easily be in the gravel trap at the top of the hill at 13.
And the good news is my Apple Watch has been buzzed by Paul Trustwell. And,
Bing!
Lovely to hear you watching, Paul, and get well soon, mate. We're all our thoughts are with you for a speedy recovery. It is, as my second guess was right, it's 4 people plus lollipop plus driver yanker. Okay. Driver assistance is called officially, who would normally take the driver out and change the drinks bottle, but that now is able to drive. So now down to 2 people, a lollipop man and no driver yanker. So effectively it's half the people over the wall and half the people who need to work on the car.
Yeah, which is no small difference. So plenty of time, I'm sure, sitting down with the core personnel, the 3 members, to work out exactly what their jobs are going to be. Nothing as well between the top 2 in the GT series part of the race, because Mercedes versus Porsche we may well have. So again, 2 different manufacturers, just as we've got in the TCR category, and they are as close as the touring car battlers. And this is all down to Robert Renauer wasting no time reeling in Indy Dontje, who might have thought initially he would have this opening stint all his own way, but the Mercedes maybe not treating its tyres quite as well as the Porsche. Very late on the brakes now is the German, trying to catch up with Dutchman Indy Dontje, and that was a little bit of ground made up again into the hairpin at turn 6. Tora Vip through the kink at 7 goes this dueling battle in the GT3s. What about the 3rd place car, Jürgen Haring? Because that car now has disappeared into the background. So hard are these 2 cars pushing, and they are also starting to catch back markers as well. The Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen, which is the number 1 car that we've been talking about, currently 5th in the TCE category, and they make swift work of that. The problem is, though, there are 3 more TCEs just a little bit further up the road, so this is going to be a delicate part of the stint here to slice their way by without losing any time.
Yeah, it's interesting really that Indy Dontje went off like a scalded cat, much like they did in the speed they had in qualifying, a bit quicker, but it's very noticeable. The Herberth car has come back during the course of the first few laps. We're now at 8 laps down. The fastest lap currently goes to Robert Renauer, the 1:44.7 compared to 45 flat for Donchi in the HTP Winwood car. So he's managed to ease back, and now he's getting a run as they come into turn 1 down the hill, and he'll be taking the lead through into the Primera corner. Donchi out on the past the green part of the asphalt. I'm not sure he'll get a track limits call. He's in a couple of track limits calls come in, but I don't think they'll get that because he was kind of edged out slightly by Renaud. But Renaud has sat down from 3rd place, swiftly got past his teammate, sat behind, and then found that he has the speed as he waves to us on camera. Look at me, I just got into the lead. But a great move there. I mean, he built up with the traffic, slowed down Donchi, came down the straight, which is straight but not flat. And they dived at last, drop away before the first corner, got the momentum, put up the inside. Turn 1 comes in to aid the braking, as you start your braking slightly up and helps you to get up, and then it works with the camber to turn in that inside line, which is obviously slower on a fast lap. When you've got there, and you can just easily just warp indeed to the outside there, and then you, okay, fair enough, it's 23 hours and a large number, and 43 minutes to go. So basically, yeah, I'll worry about it a bit later, perhaps like early morning tomorrow.
Yeah, when it may be slightly more hardly fought, but obviously Robert Renaud deliberately on a bit of a tear here. He's now caught the 2 TCE leaders, who you have to think are not going to be at liberty to let him by very quickly, although Rick Brokers, ever the professional, eyes in the mirrors there, just dart off the racing line. Tom Coronel likewise. Now Tom less experienced about the GT3 traffic, I suppose you could say, less of a regular in the 24H series, but again looking in the mirrors constantly, and I would have said the top 2 in the GT3s lost very little time there at all.
I think it's oddly, it's interesting having now done a bit of multi-class racing, even in the virtual world. The one thing you do learn about is the difference in closing speeds, because it's not, there isn't the risk, but you still learn how to overtake and be overtaken. And the difference between the GT3s and the TCRs is big enough to actually make it not much of a problem, because you can pick and choose. Also, of course, they make their speeds in very different ways, one being front-wheel drive, one being rear-wheel drive. So there are areas where there's a huge speed differential between the two. But for example, later on, when the GT3s come to overtake the GT4s, which are faster and rear-wheel drive, then you have to think a bit more about being helped past, or just diving for it, especially if you're one of the non-pro drivers. It's more of a worry. And it's the same, once you've got that large speed differential, really, really easy. Small speed differential, obviously, if you get a large speed differential wrong, it's a bigger problem. But it does mean if you're picking and choosing in an early part of an endurance race, it makes it quite simple. And what would be really, really difficult for these guys to do, these GT3 guys, if they're not helped, getting past the 911s in the class is going to be a nightmare, because the 911s are incredibly fast in a straight line and not slow enough in the corners to make anything other than sort of dive. So that's the threat. I'm sure when they're sitting there going, oh, there's some traffic, I'm not so worried about this, I'm not so worried about the Caymans, but if they see the 991s, they're going to go, this needs some thinking about.
Just looking back through the records for the Portimao 24 hours, it's been dominated by a Ferrari that's not here this weekend, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So often finishing in 2nd place, Herbert Motorsport. So their chance now to finally get a victory around this place, and that's another reason why Robert Renaud is truly revved up to get to the front and scamper away as quickly as he can. So Indy Doncha now 1.5 seconds adrift of the Herbert Motorsport car number 91. 11 laps already in the book. The TCEs a lap behind now, as we know, and they are separated by only 0.4 of a second. You don't need a timing screen as the cars stream across the line between Tom Coronel and Rick Brokers. So despite the fact that Tom Coronel's able to present a challenge for Rick, crucially he's not able to break away, because Rick's constantly in the tow, waiting for a mistake that may well take several hours to actually arrive. But Tom Coronel's used to this pressure, but what he can't do is break away from Rick's Cupra. It must be mightily frustrating.
I don't know, you kind of think that after 3 months, this is exactly what they want.
Yeah.
They want a bit of a scrap.
Close
That's what I want.
quarters.
Let's have a bit of a scrap. Let's have a chance to see what a bit of racing.
Well, it's breaking the 2 metre rule, certainly.
Well, most laps, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, let's get the cobwebs off. Now, interesting, of course, if you look at the two teams there, and then, hopefully this could be a battle that could rage the entire race. It's the Red Camels team is Rick and Luke, who are both super fast youngsters. More experience with Evo, a good gentleman driver, but not on the pace the others. Now, of course, teaming up with Tom is Nathaniel Berton, who is an absolute top-flight racer, ex-P1 racer, and a guy who I don't know much about, so perhaps you can help me out, Nicholas Bert. Do you know, have you seen...
Not a great deal, I have
It's
to
very
say.
likely he's taken part in Creventic races, and just because he's in one of the lower... You don't always know every name, but I don't know really where he's on pace, because it may come down to who's faster, Ivo or Nicholas. That could be the big difference.
Only 18, Nicholas, and has come out of karting into the FIA F4 Championship. Now, that was in Spain, but also, race at Vallelunga as well, probably as part of that championship. And then in 2020, he's done some TCR esports racing.
Well, no, the good thing is, I mean, therefore, this is obviously something that Tom's put together. He's managed to get an established, star of endurance racing, and he's bringing on a young lad as well. So the young lads, annoyingly, tend to be really, really, really quick. So it sounds like that team is actually very, very solid. And Ivo is going to have his work cut out matching an 18-year-old.
Yes, who will have had to have been given a grade because you're either a
pro, semi-pro, or
an amateur, I was going to say. Yes, I was going to start at the other end. I could remember the semi-pro and the pro. I just couldn't remember the third one. And that's similar to how the FIA dictate drivers and classify them using the precious metal system of platinum, gold, silver and bronze. But obviously 4 categories into 3 for this one. And Creventic always reserve the right to redeploy you if they feel that you're a little bit faster or a little bit slower than your designated
Just out of
class.
interest, both Luke and Ivo are rated as AMs, and Rick is a semi-pro. Tom is a pro. Nathaniel Berton is a pro, and Nicholas Bert is an AM. Is the current rating. So, no real surprise that Tom is a pro or Nathaniel Berton either, to be honest. So, but Luke is still not with a huge amount of experience. So what he's done is very quick. His most recent performance was in the virtual 12 hours of Monza, where it was going really, really well till it wasn't. And unfortunately, he probably lost the Red Camel's Ferrari the chance of the victory by a slightly inopportune bit of overtaking, which so it speeded the barriers, and then he was sitting there probably just shaking his head on the simulator going, I really could have not bothered because I only had 4 corners, so I was coming in.
Yeah, not great timing, but I mean, an incident like that is never great, whether it's on your first lap or your in lap. I suppose when you get towards the end of this stint, you think, far to go now, let's make an impression. The car's nice and light as well, and let's charge hard. And often I've seen a number of mistakes on in laps, and sometimes, in the case of David Ashburn one time at Silverstone in British GT, crashing in the entry to the pit lane, smacking from one side of the Armco to the other and ending up broadside so nobody else could drive in the pits, which took some doing, I have to say.
Never forget, we've seen David Coulthard throw away a victory in Adelaide by hitting the barrier.
Yes.
And Lewis Hamilton throw away a World Championship by sliding into the gravel in China.
That's right.
Didn't know,
straight on.
He didn't know at the time, and there are mitigating, but that can happen. You can, it's the process of A, mentally switching and B, getting used to going slowly.
Yes.
As you come in the pit, you're going, and you think, I've really slowed down. But no, you're still doing 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember it's quite funny. The one time I've been on the Autobahn with a reasonably fast car, had a big diesel Jaguar, which was the 1.5. Round it up to 155 miles an hour. Whoa! Slowed down. Thought, this is really boring. 125.
Yeah, you have to kind of re-establish exactly what is fast, and certainly still doing 3 figures is still pretty fast.
Okay. Oh, this is nothing. Oh, blubby.
125. Yeah. When you hit something at that speed, you do feel it. And to anyway. Right. TCRE are going. Not necessarily the prescribed line through Devon, PORTIMAO.
If you're looking at the 188, which is
the one behind that I was looking at, the Autorama Golf, which seemed to drift offline.
Yeah, the 188 is really interesting. It's got a Hannes Moran, the AC Motorsport car, the Audi. I don't know what is particularly about that car, but it has a particular design and visualization which you can enable it to see it lock its rear right wheel. I mean, they might all be doing it, or it may have a particular rear setup that makes it cock the wheel.
Yes.
But it will run all the way around turn 11 Portimao with the wheel just locked, and you'll be able to read Hankook really easily as it goes round.
There's also, I assume, a puff of tyre smoke then coming from the rear of that car. I wonder whether it was starting to trail some fluid, but if you reckon it's a rear tyre just catching now and again.
Yeah, it's just effectively, as Martin Hayden always says, the rear tyres on a front-wheel drive touring car just get the exhaust off the ground.
Yes.
And it's wagging in the air. They decide they want to have a car that's relatively stiff in rotation, so it lifts rather than, you know, the roll bars don't let it drop. So.
Yeah. So nothing to worry about. Because the pressure on the tyre at that point is not very much at all. So
yeah, it's
a little lock-up,
an unloaded thing, which isn't going to do any harm. Like they kiss the tyre. Go, oh, thank you very much. A bit warmer now.
Hard on the brakes into the hairpin. Then goes Hannes Morin, and
he's got Paulo Pinheiro of Veloso Motorsport in the Cayman ahead of him. There are two Caymans in the race, but interesting, they're actually different generations. So this one is the older model, and then the one that's slightly ahead, which is this is the newer model, and then the Muller Motorsport car. Oh, hang on, there's a Muller Motorsport car. Had a problem.
I thought the 718 was the newer one.
Oh, there's been a problem. Oh, right, okay, yeah. So the 718, you're right, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm literally, the newer one is now, it has dropped to the back, so it must have had an issue.
Axel Sarlingen, who...
That's what confused me.
Yes, 4:21, well, still...
His last lap was fine.
Second in class, and yeah, fighting with the Veloso Motorsport crew, but they were much closer when we last checked. So you're right, there's a GT car that slipped right to the back of the field. Hasn't been in the pits yet, so it's not that.
Yeah, and it is the case where his best lap and his last lap are fine. Though actually, looking at it, I think what it is this is the older. Axel's in the older of the. He's in the newer, isn't he? So he's in the newer of the two Caymans, the 718. This is when we need John, because John has encyclopedic knowledge of the Porsche, its models, its the Genesis, what they do, the colourways, what the Alcantara trim costs extra, everything. And he would tell you exactly. But yeah, so the Muller car is the newer car, which was several seconds faster in qualifying than the older car, which is the car we were looking at a second ago, the 408 Veloso car. So there's obviously been an issue with that Muller Motorsport machine. It may be, the issue might be Axel Sartingen, to be honest, because the lap times aren't really there. So it's more a case that he's not got the lap time rather than the car hasn't got the speed. Could
well be. And Axel started that car, relatively inexperienced driver from Germany. Did take part in the 24H Series last year, which was the Kota event in October in a Mercedes, but the car's probably new to him as well, so maybe just give him a little bit of slack to get used to new machinery.
How many laps will he have done, you know, even with 4 hours of free testing? Not many with 5 drivers to get through, so you know, everyone's got to learn somewhere, and one of the best ways somewhere is learning on the track. And also, if you're at the back not bothering anybody, it's a really good way to learn.
That's true. Yep. Because you've still got the distraction of traffic, and the fact that you're trying desperately not to hold anybody else up. You're also trying to get quicker yourself, and even just the fact that, you know, where do I look next is good practice too. This circuit, I'm going to guesstimate, is new to Axel as well. He's from Germany, as I say.
And there's a lot to learn, because it's not just the track as it's laid out on flat. You've got all the undulations, the cambers and everything else. So it's not like an airport circuit where you just go, right, that corner is flat, is a 90-degree left from that, and it is on a flat surface. And now I'm going right on another flat surface, and you can see the corners through. There's a huge amount. I don't know whether you came around this in the car when you've been there, but so many of the corners are blind. There's so many crests and dips, and you look and you've got absolutely no idea. And certainly, when you're getting your confidence in racing, when you're getting your confidence in the car, the blind corner is the one that's the hardest one to do, because that is literally hit it and hope. I know if I turn left here, I'll be fine. You know, that's your. But your animal brain goes, you're going to die.
Yes, and you're also reliant on marshals, and we probably should talk about track marshals as well, because they're going to have to be doing social distancing too. So there will be flag marshals out there, he says. I haven't actually seen any, but I'm sure...
Well, there are, yeah.
Yeah, there will be. But it may well be one person per post. And your recovery crews, those guys and girls in charge of getting cars out of gravel, away from the flag marshals.
Yeah, I think they have 2 people per post who are social distance, which is
Right.
easier here in Portugal is a metre rather than 2 metres. And I think you're right, the rescue people are kind of dotted around as such, all
Yeah.
standing a decent distance apart. I mean, it's not, it's, you know, it's a relatively simple thing to do in a nice big outdoor circuit, but it does take more organisation skill from the marshals and procedural things, so they know exactly how to address various driving issues.
Yeah, Marshall on post there at turn 13. I think that's a Marshall post towards the end of the tyre wall as well, a little bit further round.
Yeah, all the posts will be manned. We know lack of marshals, just whether they are multiple manned and how they are multi-manned.
Yeah. And again, it's all in the planning and perfectly possible to safely run a race meeting with these new conditions. Still, Tom Coronel cannot shake Rick Brokers. It's been the way of that for the last 17 laps, and Tom Coronel didn't waste too much time in actually getting to the lead of the class, but he now can only eke the gap out to 0.8 of a second. So he's in that sort of area where he can break the toe. Rick Brokers with him down the main straight, and it's also crucial to be close to a car as you pull out of turn 5 and up towards Toravit, over the crest and then plummet downhill. And again, that's an apex that only comes into view very, very late indeed, probably after you've hit the brakes, in fact. So it's about muscle memory, it's about actual memory as well, to kind of say the track will be in the same position as it was a lap ago, even though everything in my brain's telling me it won't be.
Yeah, despite all what's been going on in the world today, the tracks aren't physically moving anymore.
No.
They're actually they're stuck on the ground.
Yeah. Something you could probably play with in the virtual world, but in reality,
Not always
much
true
more
about
reliable.
Suzuka, because I've been to Suzuka when there's been an earthquake, so you're just hoping that the track is still where you think it is when you get to finish.
And that crack over there isn't too wide. You'll be able to leap it right over the curves at the first part of Portimao. That is turn 11, but it's really two separate corners in one as you climb to the top of the hill and swing around, and Tom Coronel right over the curb, as I say, and then it's a sort of late turning for the second part of it. But Rick Brokers much better through that section, I'd say. He's closer this time, heading to Sagres for the 19th time, and there's only a couple of car lengths between them as they now head out of that lingering right-hander, which is 180 degrees, goes on, and then gallop a very rewarding corner because it's such high speed, past the motorcycle chicane and catching a little bit of the ripple strip on the outside of that corner. But good legs on the Audi, because it's able to pull away again on the main straight.
It is the point, because Audi had a choice when they developed their TCR car of 3-door, 5-door, or, of course, the saloon. And they've gone for the saloon design because it's actually aerodynamically more efficient. It gives you a much freer flow to the rear wing. The rear wing is a mandated size, but having a boot in front of it enables the air to be much cleaner delivered to your rear wing. So you're actually able to get more rear downforce for less drag, which is why they're a little bit quicker down the straight, actually, because they're actually running less drag just from the design of the car.
Yeah. Same engine in both the Cooper and the
I think it's the same
Audi.
chassis, actually.
Yes, yeah, you're probably right. Actually, it's shared between the Golf, the Cupra, and the RS3. So it is all about then the slippery nature of the car, as you say, and that's the crucial difference: the booted Audi versus the hatchback of the Cupra and the Volkswagen.
So more action here as the 188 machine, the AC Motorsport car, and as Morin goes past the 408 Veloce Motorsport Cayman. This is the old Cayman, but he's actually leading the new Cayman by quite some distance. Interestingly, yeah, it looks like both those Caymans aren't quite showing the speed of the TCRs, despite the fact they've probably got an extra 100 horsepower. But of course, that's sometimes what you guys see in Pilot Challenge, isn't it? Where the Caymans, who are part of the GT4 group of Pilot Challenge, and the TCR cars, despite being theoretically the slower class, if you get a track without a lot of straights, are often actually quicker.
Yes, yeah, just a little bit more nimble, shorter wheelbase, so rotation is more readily available as well, and they're designed to get that bit of downforce through the twisty stuff. Not quite as much weight, I suppose, as well.
Yeah, the Cayman's quite a chunky monkey. Doesn't look it, but it is.
Yeah. So having just a little look at the inside as they got to turn 13
that
was the Cayman.
That was a good example of different cars carrying speed in different ways.
Yes.
And he's wanting to take the corner entry, or different drivers taking the corner entry, and whereas the 188 was happy to, as you do with a front-wheel drive car, park it and then get all the drive out. It's all about corner exit, the front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, whereas maybe a bit of trail braking going on in the Cayman to just blend off the speed.
Second lap being put on by Indy Jonte on our battling TCRs. And what's also happening here is that the Herbeth Motorsport 91 of Robert Renaud has managed to eke out, well, hasn't eked out, he's leapt out to a 5-second lead. So certainly now we're getting into the meat of the tyre and the meat of the run. It does seem on a race pace that huge difference we saw yesterday in qualifying, it just isn't there. And with the tyres are off their super fresh, sticky best, the Porsche is musing them better. Though, as Rick did tell, I think it was Peter on the grid, it's much cooler out there today. And that is going to affect the way the grip. It's earlier in the day than qualifying. Qualifying was quite late in the evening, the afternoon, when of course in Portugal you had the sun beating down the track all day. So you get a huge amount of heat soak anyway. The track won't begin to cool down till very late, especially now in June when it's light there till 10 o'clock. So it's interesting really that with this slightly cooler track, certainly play into Robert Renaud. Robert Renaud and Indy Jonte both pro drivers, so there's no way we can start saying, oh, well, it's about the driver lineup. So it's just the pure pace of the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche 911 GT-R 901 Gen 2. It's giving me all the information there. I just thought I'd do a bit of... I'm sure John could give us the the chassis number as well.
Probably. Well, if not, I know a man who could. As just looking at the battle between the top two in GT and then the gap back to the third place car, we are talking 30 seconds and more, 33 seconds it's timed at now, between Indy Jonte or Robert Renaud in fact, and the third place car of Jürgen Haring, who would love to be part of the leading scrap in GT series. However, it's going to take quite a bit of work to get involved. The next division is as we expected, because it's back to a Porsche Cup car, and as good as they are down the straights, they don't have as much aero as a GT3 car, so do struggle through the twisty stuff, and that's the reason for the 90-second margin now between the leading GT3 and the leading 991 Cup car of Moritz Krantz. Krantz more concerned about keeping that gap back to Gavin Pickering intact. It's 10 seconds, 10.8 to be exact, to the speed lover Porsche 991. Then Parkalga Racing Team's Mercedes, which is, well, looks very similar to the second place car, but much smaller rear wing, and everything sort of downscaled. It looks like a baby Mercedes really, but less downforce, being a GT4 car, but still a meaty bit of kit. It's a smaller engine as well, but I think it's still got a 4.5 litre V8 in it, so it doesn't hang around.
Yeah, with the GT3 and the GT4s, they're all slower than their road car equivalent because they've been balanced down. The road cars have got 500, 600 and plus horsepower, and even the GT3 they don't think have much more than 450 now, do they? They've kept them down quite a lot because right. just to avoid them being too big and powerful for the circuits. They have got a huge amount of downforce. Now, interestingly, we look at the first two here in TCR, which is still Tom Coronel and Rick Broikers. It's a surprise to me. I've just noticed that Antti Burley is in third place, but he's 22.5 seconds behind these guys.
Yeah. And
Antti normally is nipping at the heels of the very best of the TCR, so you would have to think that it's more likely this is an issue with the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power car, the number 112. It's not set quite right, or they're looking at doing something different with the tyres. Because you wouldn't think he'd be this far behind Rick and Tom. He's been the man who's put the thing on pole on a number of occasions. He's a super quick Finnish driver. As ebullient and linguistically varied as many other Finnish drivers. Yes, it is good. But at least he's a polite man, unlike some well-known F1 Finnish drivers. But the battle still rages, and it's I kind of wonder whether Rick's toying with Tom slightly. I mean, he hasn't even tried to go for it. He's just followed him round for as long as he can without actually looking. I haven't seen him even make a ghost move. He's not even feinted something. He's just let Tom carry on in the 117. And the cars sweep down to Toddy VIP, the sharp, almost hairpin either side of the... What's that called? Is it called the Rotunda? What is that called? The lovely.
I call it the Rotunda.
Yeah.
I don't know what the track calls it. But I've never been inside into the top level, but it's a great place to watch from.
Yeah, it is, but it's kind of one of those things that it's a bit like some of the bits around the outside of Dubai where it's not quite finished.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not quite. It's not as unfinished on the Dubai bit. It's not quite. I say that before I get shot down by the Park Algarve people. When I went there 3 or 4 years ago, it wasn't quite finished. I mean, maybe in those last 4 years they have gone on and say, "Well, Nix, it wasn't quite finished. Let's get all the interior 50s in straight away."
Yes. No, that's not generally been the report from other people who've been there more recently and been to the
They have run events. They run events in there. They do.
Yes.
They say that
it's like a hospitality centre, isn't it?
Perhaps I just saw it on a quiet day where they stripped everything out.
Could have been. They might be doing the refit there and there.
Yeah, including the roof. Yeah.
Who knows?
But it would be a great place to watch. And when F1 comes here later in the year, even though you're not allowed to watch there, I'm sure that'll be where you'll find many people watching.
Yes. From a suitably social distance, of course. But, there's next year, there's many years after that as well, where you could visit this fabulous venue. And it really is, if you've not been to this track, very easily kind of overlooked, but you'll kick yourself that you'd not gone sooner if it's taken a while so far to get there, because, as Nick says, the undulation and the challenge presented therein is quite staggering just to watch from the paddock, really, the extent of how high the track's gone to being level. Well, kind of level. It's sort of about a story up, I suppose, on that straight down to Tora Vip, but then it climbs a good 15 stories after that.
Yeah. The other thing to remember is, if you get a chance to go there, make sure you go. You can get into the paddock. Make sure you go, because it's the only track I know that's got a very shallow swimming pool in it.
That's right.
It's quite a large swimming pool, but it's only about 2 feet deep.
Yes.
It's normally the repository for various successful drivers at the end of the race. Not just to cool off, just because that's practically you just chuck your driver in, don't you?
It has been used as such at the end of the European Le Mans Series season, because Portimao has been the last venue visited for the last at least 3 seasons. And yes, champions that have just been crowned always chucked in the pool. And the weather's not necessarily suitable for that a lot of the time, because it gets pretty blustery there in October, although the sun tends to shine a lot.
You're on the Atlantic coast, aren't you? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can come battering in at times. But an extra bit of a challenge. And again, talk about that toe, when there's a strong wind beating down the main straight. If you can tuck in behind a fellow competitor, that does buy you those extra tenths that are so crucial. Side-by-side action as Robert Renauer deposits another TCE Golf round the outside of turn 5 on that occasion. And now he has clear road in front of him. Has enjoyed that for the bulk of this opening stint. 24, nearly 25 laps old now. And
that lead that was 5 seconds is now almost 9 over Indy in the HGP Winwood Mercedes AMG. But, it's the ebb and flow.
It's an impressive stint. Clearly, Robert Renauer didn't have too many cobwebs to knock away after his time out of a race car. Not sure whether Robert's been doing any sim racing.
Not seen him pop up, but I'm sure.
No.
I'm sure they've done a lot. I mean, he may well have had a chance to do some closed circuit testing, which has been going on for the last few weeks as well.
Yes, that's the other thing we're not always exposed to, is how much testing teams are able to do privately.
I think the Nürburgring opened a few weeks ago, didn't it? Again.
Yeah.
And therefore, I'm sure most of the other. Germany, not as badly affected as some of the other European countries, so being able to get to a more of a semblance of normality than some of the other countries, so possibly the tracks have been open for private testing, which because I'm absolutely certain that the Herberth Porsches would have at least a shakedown, if not a reacclimatisation. We're going very, very fast in a race car around corners.
So Andy Doncher a little bit helpless in second place. The good thing for him is that he's in no danger of slipping back to 3rd position, because Jürgen Hering in the other Herbert Motorsport Porsche is 50 seconds adrift, and then it's another 50 seconds or so back to 40 seconds back to the Moritz Krantz Müllner Motorsport car. So that's the 991 class leader. Speed Lovers Porsche of Gavin Pickering is 2nd in that class. He's got 15 seconds to try and find on Moritz Krantz. So penny for his thoughts right now. Is this kind of the speed that they thought they'd be able to punch out? And are they focusing entirely on their own personal speed over the 24 hours rather than matching stride for stride their other rival in that class? GT4 spec Mercedes, car number 412 of Jose Monroy of Park Alga Racing. They are 6th in the overall the GT, but leading the class. And despite a very intense battle in the first 5 or 6 laps with Nico Verdonk, now managed to surprise 18 seconds between the back of the Mercedes and the front of an Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's an impressive performance, especially as it wasn't really indicated that would be the case after qualifying. But, you know, I think a number of people have turned up with a race setup that's slightly different, or perhaps maybe, and they were just qualifying their race setup. Yeah, I looked at the night practice times yesterday, and it was all pretty much similar. The Mercedes was fastest again for the night practice, a couple of hours held, I think, from about 8:30 till 10, I think, so it wouldn't have been entirely the night. But the drivers weren't showing this concept that we were going to see, you know, one Mercedes not do as well as we were thinking in the GT3 Mercedes, one Mercedes do much better and move away from the Aston. But it's very, very early days, and what one driver on the new set of tyres can do may be very different what another driver can do when they're double stinting them. And because of this lack of people over the wall, lack of guys in the pit lane, to my mind, double stinting is going to become far more valuable if you can do it. If it is possible for the car to do it, it will be a major advantage, because the amount of time it takes to change tyres is going to go up rapidly. And of course, remember that within Creventic, of course, you don't fuel at the same time as you change tyres and change the driver, because the fuel's not there. The fueling is at pit exit. So from the last time we were at Portimao, from memory, they actually drive through the penultimate garage.
Yeah.
Down the back into do a little bit of a loop round, then came back out. I think they came back out the actual last garage, didn't they? It may have been 3 from the end and 1 from the end, but I think they actually went in and out.
You were standing
garages.
down there. I never got the chance to do that.
No, I know. It's kind of like I'm trying to remember. The big problem is, of course, that we do a lot of these.
Yes,
and,
that's true.
And there's a lot of blending together. I was just pleased yesterday. I remembered it was pit exit, not pit entrance. That was a good start.
Yes.
You know, we've had the one like at Navarro, where they went around that massive boot-shaped thing, and actually just driving in and out and around the fuel station took 25 seconds.
Oh, really?
Hadn't got any fuel at that point.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah. I suppose if it's the same for all, then, you know, okay, you feel like I'm in the pits for 10 minutes, but so everyone's got to go through that whole
And then you've
rigmarole.
got ones like the original one at Kota was controlled by a marshal. And if someone was you couldn't have someone in and someone out at the same time. Yeah, crossover. Yeah, so you had to be a bit careful, because you could actually get held up waiting for someone to come in because they had the right of way over you to go out.
Yes.
Oh, it's all exciting stuff.
Yes, because Kota obviously an anti-clockwise circuit, and the pit lane is to drivers left, and you negotiate a whole of the pit lane, then kind of veer off left, but the quadrant was also anti-clockwise, so you'd have to cross the line of those exiting the fueling area. But obviously that was the best way of doing it. I don't know. Is that because the fuel cap's on the right-hand side for all these cars?
I think it's sometimes fitting up these fuel. Those who are new to Creventic racing, it's likely people who are just going, have just walked onto Facebook and gone, blimey, cars going round with commentary, they're real. They're not scale or anything. The Creventic always.
And this is a race that's taking place now. We've not just dug one out of the archives and calling it for the second time.
I've spent an entire month doing, 52 days doing RC racing rewinds.
Have you?
Yeah. And because the only way you could play them was to play them out as live, and they kept saying live, even though it said 2017. Well, how is this live? Where's the social distancing? No, it's a rewind. But no, just for those of you who perhaps don't know 24-hour series racing, there is no fueling in the pit lane. Hence the reason everyone can wear shorts and T-shirts in the pit lane. There's no fueling. Every single race that's ever happened, there is effectively a fuel station, like your Tesco fuel station, without the club car points, with genuine standard pumps with your nozzle and your guns, and depending on the size of field, there'll be 6, 8, or 10 of those pumps, and it's at the end of the pit lane, and you've finished doing all your work. This race in the pit lane, some at the beginning, you finish doing all the service, the new driver gets on board. He drives down and he turns sharp right somewhere, and then begins a rotation through the petrol station. He'll stop at the pumps. One of their own team members who's in there and is wearing a fire suit will fill you up with an ordinary pistol grip gun to a maximum limit. You have given your class and the particular car, you have a certain amount of fuel you can take. It could be 80 litres, could be 100 litres, 110 litres. If we get code 60, and code 60 when there's an incident on the track that's controlled by slowing the cars down, like a virtual safety car, then if you come in the pits at that point, you only take half that fuel. So if your limit is 100 litres, you're going to have 50 litres on a code 60. But it's all done by your own team member with an ordinary petrol station pump. They plug you up, you take your fuel, you sit there for how long it takes, and then you drive back out and rejoin at pit exit and on your merry way. Now, that is incredibly egalitarian. The fact is that no particular team has rights to any one particular pump. Anyone can have any pump, which can lead to a bit of a bun fight, really, because what they will do in the larger races is they'll sit down and try and time which ones is faster. Because even though they're all supposedly the same, there are differences in everything. And if one pump is, delivering 0.1 of a litre more per second, that's a big advantage. Everyone will try and get pump 6 and it'll be very popular. So there's even tactics and strategy in how you fill up in a communal fuel stop environment.
And it's unlike the Nürburgring, for instance, in the former VLN, now NLS races, where there's a minimum pit stop time that you can't go faster than. We don't have that in Creventic racing, so it's in and out and do your work, do your fueling as quickly as possible. So that's the reason why finding the best pump, the quickest pump, is crucial. Part of the reason why the minimum pit stop reference time is in place around the Nürburgring VLN races is because of that differential between some of the pumps. Some are better than others, and that is well known. So in an effort to try and equal that and make sure that one team doesn't have an advantage over another, you have to have a set time, for instance 60 seconds, that you can't be quicker than. But there's no in and out target time for this. The difference does come when we have a code 60, and not chatted an awful lot about code 60s in this race, but that's when there's an all-round caution on the circuit. Can be known as a slow zone in other championships or a virtual safety car, but it's basically every car in the field that is still on the track has to circulate at 60 kilometers per hour to present a safe environment for marshals to leap down from their posts and deal with the incident. If you pit during one of those code 60s, during one of those cautions, there's still no limit to the pit stop, but you can only take on half your allocated fuel. So that's to ensure that no advantage can be gained by taking a pit stop during a caution period.
I'm quite pleased actually, because the marvellous Paul Trustwell sent me the information that he obviously has, and I was right. You do go into the pit rotation circle in the penultimate garage and out of the last garage.
Very
so my
good.
memory from 2 years ago is actually working.
That's really good.
Given that my eyesight's given up this year, thank God my memory's still working.
Did you not do Portimao last year then?
No.
You weren't part of the team then? Okay.
No, I was doing something scaly, I expect.
You've obviously made an impact on previous events you've been at, you see, because I can't even tell the difference now whether you were there or not. It was a lot quieter, I seem to remember, last year at Portimao. It was me, Joe and Diana Binks. And that was it, I think.
I did. The one I remember.
And Andrew Marriott.
The one I remember, there wasn't quiet at all then, was it?
He must have made his own way there, because I don't remember him on the plane.
Probably. We were on the Portimao another 2 years or 3 years ago where Paul and I gave ourselves food poisoning.
I remember being told that, but I don't think I was there.
We went for a meal out in one of these hot plate restaurants. So you get a massive stone hot plate and you cook your own meat. And I slightly undercooked my piece of chicken and was ill for about a day. And Paul massively undercooked his chicken and was ill for about 2 months. It was
wow.
Really, he got a really nasty, proper, it's got a whole kind of medical book written about it, stomach infection. And I just had it kind of wobbly for a day.
For a day, yeah.
Which just goes to show you shouldn't let me cook.
No, well, it's quite a lot of responsibility on the customer there, isn't it?
No, you see, health and safety. Looking at Tom Corrin on the DHL Audi, he's managed to actually pull out a relaxing distance of 1.2 seconds over Rick Broicus. So as we got onto this, my belief was when he got past that Rick would soon snap past him, but the wily old fox is teaching the young kid the trick. So they are currently being lapped again by Indy Donchi in the Winwood Mercedes car, which is now 12.1 seconds behind Rob Renauer.
Sure, Rick does know Tom pretty well, and they will
that was Paul going to give me far too much information about his illness.
Oh well. I'm sure they'll have a great conversation by the end of these, maybe a couple of stints, and 2 big grins on the faces of Tom Coronel and Rick Broicus, but they're still hard at work trying to, one trying to scamper away, one trying to close the gap, but 1.2 seconds is very healthy now in the favour of the yellow DHL-backed Audi.
Both the teams are just 3-man teams, so you would think, therefore, they will be very likely to, with professional drivers looking at double stinting. Now, whether they can double stint the tyres as well as the drivers is questionable. My brain is not letting me remember how long you go on a TCR is about an hour, isn't it, before it stops? It's about bit less than that for the.
I thought the TCR could go a little bit
longer.
further.
Yeah. We are coming up to the end of the first hour, which means we should be seeing. We're coming to the end of the first hour, which means we should be seeing the the GT3's in soon, but remember, in the first stint, they have more fuel. Because they have 120-litre tanks, which they can fill to the brim for the start, but you can't then refill them 120 litres each time. So they can normally run a little bit longer on the first stint, and when they refill 110 or 105 litres, depending on the class. They will never get it back to the brim again, even though they started off with an extra few litres of fuel. The TCR cars, it's amazing how much you forget in 3 months. Generally, I'm now racking my brain at how long they do for I think it's about an hour and a quarter. I'm going to make it up now.
I thought it was
you can't remember, can you either?
No, I can't remember either, but we'll get an answer pretty soon anyway from PT. But I think it's an hour and a half, if not a bit more than that.
This is great. We've been doing this for how many years?
Yeah, but like you say, when you're out of practice,
we all need to move back up to speed again.
All I've got, precisely. All I've got in my mind is the virtual race at Monza, where everyone seemed to be able to do any stunts they wanted as long as they didn't break the drive limit. And there was news coming out of that race. Even afterwards, I heard about a team. Were they disqualified on drive time?
Yeah, a team was disqualified from the virtual races. But yeah, there were a few rules in there.
I'm sure.
It was a tricky thing. Trust me, it was a tricky thing to do. We were there doing it. It was tricky. Yeah. It was
one of the bits that's really stuck with me is the fact that you were chatting to John and I off air before we started with the broadcast, and you went, "I'm going to have to go in a minute, boys. It's the driver's briefing." Where's that take place? Just over in the other corner of the room.
Yeah, it's just I take you off this channel 1, I go to channel 3, and get told.
It's a massive Zoom chat, was it?
It wasn't a Zoom, but it was it was aggregating voice chat, from TeamSpeak. No, it was a virtual race. It wasn't real, but it was run in a Creventic style, which meant it was run really, really well, really effective and really fairly. So, there's no complaints at all about anything the organisers did, and everyone was completely treated well, and it was very well organised, which again is why you have confidence that if anyone is going to run the first race of the new regime in COVID land in Europe, it's going to be Creventic, because these are the guys who have a very, very strong concept of organisation, and when you actually sit there, Paul's doing a brilliant job here. He's provided. I'm asking a question. He provided the information to me, but realistically, I could find it. Anyone can find it. It's all available publicly. The balance performance, the speed, everything is available. The pit layout, it's all available for YouTube because they are completely open and transparent, and it's all well worked out. And if something's a really bad idea or isn't working, they'll chat the teams, and the teams say, "Oh, that's not quite working." Can we? And you're 9 times out of 10, the following race or following season, it's been adapted and changed to make it better. I mean, there is no area in which they haven't constantly evolved and constantly improved.
And also, you have to think when you're trying to get a first race organised after such a difficult spell that the whole world's been in, you have an ideal situation. Let's say that's the sort of full onion, and then you go, right, well, we can't really do that, but let's peel that layer off and peel that layer off, and you get the feeling that Creventic were willing to put a race on no matter what, as long as it was safe, as long as they could get a reasonable entry, and then everything else can be readjusted accordingly, with conversation with the teams, with conversation with health and safety crews on site, with the local Portuguese government, if necessary as well, and according to the rules that they've stipulated. And it's a question of kind of chiseling away the bits that you can't do right now, and so, well, it's all right, we'll work around that, and we'll work around that, and we'll get a race on.
Yeah, and of course the great thing about this race is it is a beacon for motorsport. We are put on a race. It has happened. I'm pretty certain no one's going to get unwell. We've run a 24-hour race. By the way, we've got another one in a month in Monza.
Yeah.
Do you have a car? Come and join us.
Yes.
You know it will happen. You know it will take place. There's no worrying. Well, Italy is massively on the upswing now because they sadly got it first, and so there's no real issues with going to northern Italy, and certainly in a month's time there won't be. Easier to get to for the majority of Europe than the southern Portugal, so it's an easy run for teams in everywhere really. It's probably one of the easiest places to get to, and so I really hope that the motorsport community, despite the struggles it's having, and obviously we are going to lose some teams for a year or so as they get back to normal after the COVID situation, it will give them a chance to get out on the track in a race you know is going to happen, you know is going to be organised properly, you know is going to be organised safely, and therefore encourage your gentlemen drivers to come out and do it, as well as encourage your team members to come out and do it. Now, interestingly, I now have the information. I've waffled enough to get the information I needed from Paul.
It's an art, Nick.
Isn't it?
Just fill the time while he leaves through the regulations.
It's just over an hour for GT, as I said, and TCR is 75 minutes, as I said.
You did say an hour and a
But
quarter.
the point Paul makes is tyre wear might bring them in earlier, so he seems to think it's not going to be possible double stint. I assume with TCRs, you can, obviously the rears is no issues. They'll change the fronts every time, which is 2 sets. And he does say tactically, if you want a short field to gain track position, you can. Not sure for 2 reasons how important that is, because you're not having issues with traffic. So it's not that important to get past cars. Also, with the smaller field and the bigger track, you're questioning why there would be a code 60.
Yes.
As we come at the end of the first hour.
Yeah, so 60 minutes in the book, and Herbert Motorsport with Robert Renauer at the wheel has just swiped across the line with a 15.5-second lead. The time in the far column is the best time so far for that particular car, so 144.711 is probably the fastest lap of the race. Yes, confirmed. 0.3 of a second slower Indy Doncha's best effort, but the Mercedes in second place from HCP Winward Racing, number 84. Then it's the other Herbert Motorsport Porsche third, ahead of 2 Porsche Cup cars. 921 leads the class. Mühlner Motorsport with Moritz Krantz doing the driving, and Gavin Pickering is in second position in that class, 5th in the GTs. Parkalga Racing represent the best of the GT4s, and that is a Mercedes for the 412 crew with Jose Monroy doing the driving there. Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin is second in class, and then the come to you Team Audi Sport Audi. So this is both grids combined, bear in mind, because the 117 Audi RS3 is the TCE leader. 2 separate races in one. So that is 8th place when you combine the 2 grids. Then it'll be the Red Camel Jordans.nl Orange Cupra of Rick Brokers with Luke and Evo of the same family to come. Then it's the Golf of Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing in 3rd position in TCE, 10th when you combine both grids. Veloso Motorsport in their Porsche Cayman, driven by Paolo Pinheiro, is in 11th place, 8th in the GTs. 3 more TCEs come next. The number 1 Autorama Golf of Yannick Mettler ahead of Hannes Morin of AC Motorsport, the Swede in the Belgian-run Audi, car number 188. Thierry Boyer for Code Racing Development, and their Volkswagen Golf is 6th and stone last in the TCE field, but there's still plenty of opportunity to improve there. And finally Axel Sartigan for Mühlner Motorsport is 15th position. So 9 GT entered cars, GT Series entered cars, and 6 TCE Series cars as we prepare ourselves for the first of the pit stops, and this will be bang on schedule. No, it's not bang on schedule because it's a TCE car coming in.
And they, they aren't going to double stint the front tyres. So the front tyres come with a 5-nut. It's obviously a very long-winded process. All the nuts are discarded. There is a plate on that wheel which actually automatically seats the nuts for the new nuts. They lose. So it's a 5-nut tyre. Now, only having 2 people across the wall is not an issue because they've got 1 at each wheel, so they're doing as fast as they can. The drivers are changing themselves, so getting out of the 188 would be Hannes Morin. Be interesting to see on the ground who's getting in, but they've gone early, literally on the hour. May be tyres, may just be that's how they want to mix and match their drivers. 5th in place when they came in. And the driver changes continuing to be sorted out by the second mechanic. They dropped down, just took a little bit longer. Oh, I'll tell you what, they had a steering wheel change. So it sounds like they came in with a slight problem. So steering wheel change for the 188, so they may be having gear selection issues. Well, you do have a gear selecting issue on a paddle shift. The first thing you look at is the paddles, as the most likely electrical issue there is preventing the change. That's what you hope it is, because if it's not that, then it gets very, very difficult. It involves stripping things down and rebuilding stuff and having to plug in the computer and hope for the best. It's not actually something mechanical in the gearbox. It's something electronically actuated in the processing section. So trundling down the pit lane is the 408 machine of Paolo Pinheiro, the Veloso Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4, who's got himself a nice lead. We get a lovely view of the Panther Fuels refueling area. And as you can see, there's a man there. He's filling up in full fire. He's a member of the team. He was looking there, sort of kind of looking at the pump, going, and how many Green Shield stamps am I getting with this?
Yeah, very good price at the moment.
Well, someplace. I've been a little bit.
It's going back up again.
I've been a little bit shocked at the prices I've seen on the way down here. I think it's some real. What's the word? It's not scraping. It's scalping. Some real scalping going on the fuel prices. If you are trying to get fuel quite close to a main road in London.
Yeah, of which there are quite a few. So the opportunities are vast. A word on Hannes Morin, actually. Another young kid, just 17.
Wow.
He's 18 in 3 days' time. So happy birthday for Tuesday, Monday, whatever it is. But he's raced with Lestrup Racing in the past. In fact, at this year's Dubai 24 Hours. So has experience in a TCR, although racing an Audi this weekend, and Lestrup have a Golf. So there's a little bit of adjustment again to take place there, mainly on the aero and the shape of the car, as we were chatting about earlier on.
So back with Rick Breukers at the head of the TCR field. He's dropped to almost 2 seconds, I think. Is he off? Yeah, he's 2 seconds behind. He's lost about a second in the last lap, which I assume probably was a traffic situation. Antti Buddy, who we were talking about, had fallen a long way further back we thought he would. That was quite a long time he was saying that. He's fallen no further behind. So so somewhere he lost 22 seconds, and that's it. Now he's keeping pace. So could have been traffic issues, could have been a minor mistake off camera we didn't see, but after losing that chunk of time, has since then, and since then is at least 25 minutes, not lost a single second to these front two. So there are 3 cars on the same pace, but only 2 of them occupying the same piece of tarmac. As in comes second place man and the first car from GT3, the 84 car of Indy Junti. It's a driver change as well for the Techmect team GT3. So we've been given a bit of a hint here. We were postulating it was the new version of the Mercedes, but it's the old version. The new version basically has a massive wide-mouth frog front end to it.
Yep.
Effectively wants to eat the entire world of its oxygen in one go, whereas this is the more restrained grille of the previous version of the Mercedes. We have both versions running at Dubai, and the newer version, whilst not particularly quicker, does have a number of advantages in that it is a little bit kinder on its tyres, a little bit easier to set up, but more importantly, a lot more serviceable. So there's a lot of things on that original GT which you had to take out 9 ancillary items to get the one you wanted. But they've had a good old think about it, much like both Peugeot and Toyota did during their second years at Le Mans, and they've made those things that aren't necessarily not like. So you expect to go wrong every time, but things that go wrong every now and again, much more accessible and easy to fix. So just make it quicker, close down the time. I mean, you haven't got to take the engine out the whole time, which is a pain at the best of periods. So pit stoppers, as Indy Junti goes to fuel. We've not seen Renault or Harting, so neither of the Herberths has stopped. And Indy came in after about an hour and 4 minutes, so an hour, 4 minutes and a warm-up lap. So they've using all that extra bit of fuel tank they have. Also, the interesting thing, the cars we expect to come in last or a lot later will be the Porsche 911s, but they've already fallen far enough behind the fast pace of Renault that they won't actually have that little moment in the sun in the lead, because I don't think, unless it's a very, very long pit stop for Renault, that Moritz Krantz in the 921 will get himself in the lead. It might be touch and go. He might get half a lap of the lead.
Yeah,
might do.
How much of a boost in shot in the arm that will actually be, I don't know, because it's track position, yes, but you have that nagging feeling in the back of your mind that it's not going to last much more than half a lap or so until your pit stop happens. But
it's a nice thing to be. You get scored in the lead. You're not actually racing the 3 GT3 cars, you're only racing the people in your class. Yeah. That's the thing. It's interesting you need to remember about. We talk about he's passing him, he's racing him, but you're only actually racing the cars in your class. You're not expected to beat the GT3s. If you do, we all go, wow, that's amazing. So it's a win-win, really. If you do, it's amazing. If you don't, meh.
True. Yeah, and the target is definitely those that have the same class differential as your own.
In comes the pits car leader.
Yes, it does. Robert Renault, after a charge to the front of the field, didn't take him long at all, and now 20-odd seconds looking at the wrong column. It's much more than that, of course, because this car hasn't yet made a stop. But it's going to be interesting to see now the gap once this Porsche has done a driver change, if indeed that's what they're going to do. What do you reckon, Robert?
They've
Renaud
got
staying in?
4 tyres, so they're going to
suggest maybe a driver
The tyres are, are normally on the apron anyway. There is a driver change going on. And they are doing a full. Oh, so well, they are doing tyres as well. So perhaps it is a high abrasion circuit here at Portimao, and you can't double stint initially. Wait for the rubber to go down, makes the track a bit more pliable for the tyres.
True. Yep, Hankook rubber.
That was a very, very swift stop.
It was.
For 4 tyres with just 2 blokes. Some lithe changing.
Quite a bit of brake dust coming off the those wheels as well as they were taken off, and that bizarre sight of a car going in a reasonable pace.
That comes out. It was like a quick change yard, wasn't it?
It did.
You go, oh, I've gone in like this and come out like that. Change colour.
Black GT3 car suddenly emerging. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be a white Cayman. And it popped out the other side. But yeah, that's a kind of weird old speed for a car to be disappearing into a garage. You think he's never going to stop, but that's not the idea, because you're supposed to be going from one side to the other and popping out into the fueling quadrant.
And the fuel fill rate is about, according to my sources, 8 litres a second. But you can guess what my source is.
I can. You've fallen on his knowledge quite a number of times already this race.
Brilliant, this. I love WhatsApp.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't forget, normally I'm in the pits. I just say what I see. This having to actually know something is. Look, you were surprised by the amount of preparation I'd done, weren't you? Because I had to know what's going on rather than just say what you see, Nick. You're in the pits, okay?
Normally, you know, when we get to go to these events, you are in charge of entry list, and you very often bring us copies of them, all freshly stapled. But I think this is very rarely actually Nick's work. You're just the messenger. Whereas this time you've brought a printed entry list. I'm most impressed.
Found them myself. Worked about, read them and everything with my glasses on because I'm so old.
Very good. You look like you know what you're on about with those specs on, though. It's a good act.
We definitely need a booth cam then. Oh, he's so serious now.
Yes, perhaps not. Hairpin and the Hairbet Motorsport Porsche that has made a stop and is probably now leading. No, not quite in the race.
Will he? As he crosses the line next time, he'll be in the lead.
Next time he'll be the lead, yes.
He is actually in the lead because he's ahead of his teammate, but he hasn't actually ticked the timing beam. And Jürgen Harting, though my guess is, as it's Herbert, he'll be coming in this lap as we see the Cayman. Well, so the 911s are going early, so the 911s have also stopped without making full use of their extra fuel ability. That's the 921 machine coming in from the lead. Moritz Klanz, the lead of the 9 Series for Muller Motorsport, and this again is a full set. So everyone so far has changed as many tyres they need to, which with the faster cars is all 4, with the TCRs just the front ones, and changed drivers. So it's all a kind of a tight rotation at the moment. No one's trying anything different. Perhaps let's get settled into the race. Let's see how the track evolves, both temperature-wise and rubber-wise. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's also get used to a race speed stop with the new number of pitmen out there, just the 2. So that makes sense. But when we return to the track, what do we see? We see Tom Coronel, 7 or 8 car lengths ahead of Rick Brook. It's ebbed and flowed with traffic, but that's been the way of the world for the entirety of the first hour and 10 minutes. That Tom and Rick have been having a battle of the Dutch legends as Jürgen Harting went past as Daniel Alleman, who's taken over the Herbert Motorsport 91 car, came out. So actually Haring, I think at the moment, has a lap lead on Alleman, but Haring owes us a pit stop, and the pit stops take about 3. Well, Alleman's stop. Well, the Renault Alleman stop was 3 minutes 52 seconds. Russell Ward now in the HB Winwood Motorsport, but that stop took 4 minutes 42. So they lost 50 seconds in the stop. Did Mercedes? Slightly thirstier car, slightly fuller fill.
Yeah, possibly. But according to the time that car came in, it was on schedule, so I don't think they had a problem, as we maybe suspected the AC Motorsport Audi had an issue with the steering wheel or the paddle shift. So it wasn't them trying to rectify an issue. Is this Rick Broker's finally a chance to draw level with the Audi, and now surely better get past at the kink at 7. The problem is the next bit of the circuit goes right at turn 8, and Tom Coronel is there at the apex to fend off this challenge. But we are now, an hour and 15 minutes very nearly into this 24-hour race, and the first real challenge now of Rick Broekers to get by, bearing in mind these cars are much, much lighter than they were at the start of the race. And if we are going by the 75-minute marker, you've got to think this might be an in-lap, or certainly in the next 3 laps, these cars will be coming in for their first stops.
So Tom, not prepared to give up the pride of leading through the whole of the first stint. Fought hard after losing a bit of momentum coming out of Torre VIP, but was on the right side. Now that both the Herberth cars are together, and this is Alleman trying to unlap himself from Haring, who still hasn't stopped in the teammate car, red car, and that's going to be a track limits call for Alleman, but they'll get away with a few of those if they get a penalty, as Haring tucks in behind him and will be going into pits very soon, but does still lead, of course, Haring. He's still, 4 lengths off a lap ahead prior to his own stop.
Yes, so Alleman's first job is to not fall off the lead lap, but also in his mind will be the fact that Haring has yet to make his first pit stop of the race, so that will put everything back onto an even keel again.
Leader in GT4, the Park Algar Mercedes 412 coming in for a full service, and that includes tyres, driver change, and a quick shufty round. So apparently you can have a shufty round, but you're not allowed to touch the car, because that was an extra man there having a bit of a look at what's going on. The 2 mechanics there, the green tabarded man, sorry, was the lollipop slope, was also helping with the driver change once the car had stopped. And the leading GT4 car now, because I don't think he's popped into the pits this lap, it is Nico Vertonk with the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. He has gone into the lead, despite being some way behind after the first hour, which is a surprise, but we are now rotating through the drivers. Let's see what driver 2 is compared to driver 2 as they take out the car for the next session.
And are we to be promised another close fight in TCE with new drivers? Let's hope so, but I think that's probably where we're going to start to see the true direction of these two teams, their strength in depth. They put out just about their best drivers in each of the cars. As another Porsche comes down pit road, this is more close to the point where I would expect to see a 991 Porsche coming in after an hour and 15 minutes. It's the 978 of Gavin Pickering, who has got the lead by virtue of staying out for those extra probably 10 minutes or so compared to the Jose Monroy Park Algar car. No, it wasn't 10 minutes, it was more like probably 3 or 4 minutes. Comparing the 921 car of Jeroen Blekemolen, who's now taken charge of that Mulner Motorsport car. So Park Algar Racing's Mercedes in and now to the fueling area in GT4. Nico Verdonk's car hasn't yet made a stop, so the Aston Martin to the lead of GT4 as a result, and the leading TCEs happy to stay out for another lap.
Yeah, the 118 was definitely off schedule due to a steering wheel glitch of some sort. So they just came in, thought, well, we'll change the wheel and get all the service done as well. It's been a quarter of an hour since he came in, so they've now had no other TCEs have joined this battle. So they are running more towards the hour 15, hour 20. It's always a bit longer in the first stint. You've got fresh tyres and you have a slightly fuller tank because you're allowed to effectively overfill the tank to begin with from what you'll be able to refill it to. And Tom and Rick still as close as they can be. 0.75 of a second separated them as they crossed the line of what was their 39th lap. The leader on 42, that's Jürgen Haring. But he's now gone several laps further than Alleman has, so there's a split strategy there. The 92 car we're on board with at the moment. He sweeps through the top of the circuit and comes onto the main straight. That was actually Galp that time round. Another lap Haring goes round again. So Haring now has done 43 laps without stopping. And taking the most this early 120. Then right behind Tom Coronel now is Breukers, and Breukers is sniffing round the rear bumper. Really, I think wants to put one on Tom before they come in for their pit stop. Sweeping round the outside of the turn 13 as they climb up towards Sagres. I think, have I got the wrong bit of the track? No, they are going towards Sagres. And coming to complete the lap. Accelerating down. And it's interesting, a little bit of there is a kind of a natural increasing of distance as cars accelerate, because time, as you get faster, the same amount of time is further in distance. They climb up the slight rise and cross the start-finish line again. And despite being absolutely on Tom Coronel's bumper just a few corners ago, he's now half a second behind. So it's a difficult thing to do when you've got two cars making their speed in the same way, in exactly the same part of their tyre degradation, and with two drivers who know what they're doing.
No, it's fantastic to witness, and you know how little differential there's been between the two cars across a close to 80-minute stint now. And we did have that little bit of an elastic band between the two cars stretch out to over a second at one point, but it's back to within a second again now, half, in fact, of a second as they near the end of this stint. The Aston Martin has come in. I can say the Aston Martin because there's only one in the field, the one from Pro Sport Racing, Nico Verdonk, having brought that car down pit road in a very attractive tangerine and white livery this weekend.
It's a good-looking car to begin with, and it's been painted in a very interesting way. I mean, I'm not saying it's the way I'd have painted it, but it looks all right, to be honest. Sometimes you go, not my choice, but I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah, get away with it.
And it's got a good. That car has a good design at the front that takes a number of different paint schemes, let's say that. I'm sure they'll try a different one later. So we are sort of settled down. Apart from the fact that Haring still hasn't come in, the lead between who will be first and second when all the first rounds are completed, Alan now is ahead by 1 minute and 4 seconds from Russell Ward, who's taken over Mini Donti. So they did lose a huge amount of time during the pit stops. So I should really send myself down there to find out why, shouldn't I?
You should.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Get a jog on. It's a fair way to go, but I'll keep talking. You're tuned to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Nick Damon and Johnny Palmer bringing you coverage of a live motor race. There's a novelty, considering our current circumstances, but fabulous to have motorsport back again, despite the great job that esports has been doing over the last few months. I know we've had some domestic racing happening in the States, but this is the first international event that I know of anyway, bringing 24-hour racing back to life after a long pause since Dubai at the start of the year. We'll be covering the first 3 hours of this race then on RS3. Then at 3 o'clock UK time, it is continuing a great series with Declan Brennan and guest, which will be at 3 o'clock, the Football Rewind for an hour, episode 4, which is Declan joined by author, writer and Wigan fan Steve McKevitt to discuss following the club's rise, Wigan Athletic, from the 4th tier of English football to the dizzy heights of the Premier League, and the 3 days when it made history by becoming the first club to win the FA Cup and get relegated in the same season. So that is just over an hour and a half away. Then there's more race coverage later on tonight from 7:30 UK time. TCE boiling over here, Nick.
Obviously, as soon as you go and do Declan's promo, which is a brilliant programme, and I'm recording mine next week, so I'm very excited, Tom Coronel makes a mistake. And he went wide, I think, coming out of 6, I think the problem was. And he went wide, went off. The pressure finally told, and Rick snuck through. So it wasn't a dramatic dive bomb, a fantastic 7-corner move, or finally getting the inside. No, it was just an outbreaking manoeuvre of himself by Tom, and the pressure of an hour and 20 minutes of having a young whippersnapper and fellow countryman Rick Broikers behind him finally paid off, and slight outbreaking. Probably on old tyres, probably needed a bit of they're a bit tired themselves. They're doing all the work, those front tyres, both they're accelerating, braking and turning the car. Rear tyres at the back having a fag, doing nothing. So he's just got it, and Rick has taken over the lead of TCR, but there will still be only a couple of seconds by the time they come in, as we do see the car that was leading by virtue of just carrying on longest, the 92 Jürgen Haring piloted Head of Motorsport Porsche car has come in, and the green checkerboard tells us it is that number 2 car. Now, who will we see next? Who knows? It could be any one of those cars, but in fact, basically that car is now running as the 3rd machine in GT3. My guess is the fact they went so many laps longer, they're running it a lot less stressed, right? A more economical run, and they're there as the picking up the pieces team if something goes wrong with the other 2.
Good place to be. You allow the race to come towards you and don't overstress the car, don't overstress the tyres. And often, so often in the past, that's worked for race teams because they're then in a good position to not necessarily take the lead, but be somewhere in and around the top 3. And if there is a bit of carnage, if a car does go bang, you can be there ready to pounce.
Oh, Blimey.
Yeah, that was a strange angle for my mind to kind of register, but it's okay.
I'm not sure whether that was an issue for the 91. We're on board with that element. I think he may have got a bit of an oversteer moment there, which he was correcting.
Lagos corner.
Just as we came to it,
yes.
Looked worse than it was, because he was just going, yeah, that's fine, not an issue. That's really no issue. Oh, but it looks terrible when you cut as it goes.
Yeah.
I've got my first correction already for the information I've given in an incorrect way. I missed out a decimal point.
We're well over an hour in. This is good considering your normal record.
Exactly, yeah. I missed that decimal point. It's 0.8 of a litre per second, not 8 litres a second of fuel flows. Thinking about 8 litres a second, that's pretty impressive. That's a gallon and a half a second. That's more than a fire hydrant. So it's 0.8 of a litre. So it's an interesting point, though, actually. If you think about it, that the Mercedes, which is quite a thirsty beast, so a 6.3 litre normally aspirated engine, if they're getting, have 10 litres more each time to go the same distance, that's 8 seconds it costs them. So it's not for 50 seconds they spent extra on the pit lane, but it's an important point. Yeah, so 0.8. I think Paul said, "I'm giving you the blimmin' information. Please say it correctly."
Well, that's the danger, isn't it, of having stuff presented to you and then
to me.
Literally, it's down to you to read it out correctly. And most of the time, you've been doing all right.
Yeah, I get half the job right.
Yeah. Well, we've had nearly 2 hours on air here. The mind's tiring slightly. But we're settling it. Are you doing the whole 24 hours, Nick?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. I heard you were scooting after 3. No, you're going to join us, John Hindhoff and I, for the later evening portion as well.
I've already been here yesterday.
You did, yes. A number of efforts to get me involved in qualifying didn't actually result in success. Sorry about that. But at least I have turned up today.
Which, historically, is a great relief.
Well, yeah, we're much further on than I have been in the past. Show up, say your lines. That's half the job done. Oof. Very close again down at the hairpin, and that's for the 91 car of Daniel Alleman, who... Now, is the Tom Coronel Audi really fading here? Because about to be overtaken by Autorama Motorsports Golf, which is the 112 car. So this will be for second place in class then.
Antti Burri has...
Yeah, Antti Burri, who we talked about being a long way back.
20 seconds, and now 2 seconds behind.
How does that compare to the Red Camels car?
He's only about 3 seconds behind Rick. So somehow, Antti Burri has done the stealth thing of going slowly at the start, faster at the second part, and he's crawled back everything he lost in the first hour in these second 20 minutes. Obviously, he's got a much better tyre life. He went 3 seconds a lap quicker last time round.
So just taking it easy for the first half an hour or so means he can really lean on the tyres towards the end of the stint.
Well, no, this must have been a well-worked-out plan, because I've never seen that happen before in TCR class.
No.
Now, it's pretty likely that Tom and Rick were not only slowing each other down, but were obviously eating more tyres than they needed to by jousting. But to fall back 22 seconds, then stay 22 seconds, and then sort of during the pit stop sequence of 6 laps, gain 2 to 3 seconds a lap on Tom Coronel and a similar amount on Rick is remarkable. That last lap round, 2 seconds again faster, Antti Burri. 2:02 for Rick, 2 minutes flat for Antti Burri, and a 2:14 for Coronel. Oh no, he's coming in. Top of the pit, so that includes it running into pit. So Coronel has run out of tyre. Antti Burri has shown that, it's all about the stealth, isn't it? He's stealthed his way up. We kind of went, well, why is he going so slow? He's really good. He's got a plan.
Yes, thinking the long game. But I think even without the pit stop, that was probably going to be a 2:05 maybe for Tom Coronel.
I think they just got to the... I'm not... Obviously, Hankook's have a cliff because they've gone off it.
Yeah. There's 3 names on the side of that Audi. I thought I'd seen 4 on the initial entry list, so they've probably readjusted their lineup there. And who, therefore, are we missing? Oh, Quinton Giordano, I think, was on an initial entry list, the French rally driver, having competed in a number of Monte Carlo rallies in recent years, but they've stripped that back to just being a 3-piece then of Coronel, Nicolas Beert, who we've talked about, and Nathaniel Berton, who's been signed up by the same team for a World TCR campaign for 2020.
Really nice pit stop as well. Unfortunately spoiled by the fact that the number 1 Autorama car came in as they wanted to leave and they had to hold it. So they lost about 3 seconds right at the end after a very efficient stop where they, the last thing to happen was the final nut of the tyre going on. Everything else was ready to roll. But then they had to sit there for 3 seconds going, oh, hang on, that's not good.
5 studs taking forever to loosen, and then the new set being tightened up on each corner of the Autorama Golf. That's the number 1 car, which was trailing the sister machine of Antti Burri, and Yannick Mettler, after a good opening stint, establishing that Golf in 4th position. I think that's about reflective, actually, prior to the stops. Thierry Boyer, having not made a stop yet, is in 5th for code racing development. But Red Camel Jordans.nl actually proving that my memory of 90 minutes is more accurate for a TCE stint.
Yeah.
So it's all very well getting this information from Paul Trustwell. Is it accurate? That's the thing.
Yes.
9.5 times out of 10, yes. But
and the other one time, I've just said it wrong.
You had it incorrectly and said 8 litres. No, but obviously the mileage is there potentially. It just depends on how well you've treated your tyres. And Antti Burri might be able to go further than anybody else.
Burri is now 0.17 of a second behind Rick, so he's got a very good chance. Oh, we got first pit caller, the 978 machine of.
When you say pit caller, into the
Dominic
garage,
Bastian and the Speed Lover. That's been pushed back into pits. That's the first car with an issue. The rear right has been taken off, so no great panic. So let's hope it's nothing serious. That greater examination, you can't really tell. It could be a drive shaft, it could be a selection issue. Yeah, they're looking at the rear, it could be the differential. It's hard to work out when it's just kind of straight on and looking at what's going on. Mechanic under the right. Now, Antti Burri was very, very close to Rick Breukers that time around. Gained a couple of seconds on him as well. So as they come to the end of this run, and that's going on the low jacks, that's not going to be a work of a moment. So the 978 is our first car to seriously hiccup. Doesn't seem to have any damage on it, so it's going to be unfortunately a mechanical problem, not caused by let's say errant driving. Now, do you remember that 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I think it was Ralph Bonn just took a curb at a slightly wrong angle and punched the front suspension through the chassis.
Yes.
Here on a sausage curb, and the Perberth guys were livid because they said, well, that curve shouldn't be there. Obviously, the argument is you shouldn't hit it, but it was really bad luck. It was just literally that 1/1,000,000th of a degree angle, and the thing which the driver didn't even know he'd done anything different before, and bang, just went straight through. So out in the lead, because Antti Burri has come into the pit. So Antti Burri is pitted. Let Rick stay in the lead. So the Autorama 112 machine stops after a fantastic comeback drive. That's a comeback drive in the first hour and 20 minutes, not through the 24 hours. And when he pitted, he was literally on the same sort of 10th of a second as this man, Rick Breukers. Now, the question we don't know is how much pace did Rick lose behind Tom early on? But certainly at this back end of the stint, the Volkswagen of Autorama with Antti has got something in the region of 2 seconds of an advantage. The new Red Camels Jordan driver there pacing up and down, so the good guess would be they'll be in this lap as well, and that will complete our pit stoppers. I think they're the last one to come in. Yep, so they'll be the last ones in when they do pop in for Rick.
No,
hang on, we've not had. Thierry Boyer, the code racing car hasn't come in yet.
Did that have the look of a Evo Breukers stomping up and down, or a Luke?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was Evo's sort of strange half helmet where he's got that kind of bit where the thing comes across. But it would seem I would have thought they'll go for Luke next. I mean, it did look quite slim, but then Evo's not a chunky man, so no. I'm going to guess Luke, but.
So when you say half helmet, sort of open face, but a bit across for almost like a microphone you would have in it.
Yeah, it's a kind of a unique design. I haven't seen anyone else, but yeah, it's open face with a half a chin covering that you would think covers a microphone. May well not do, mate. Who knows?
Just looks cool.
Yeah, look at me.
And yeah, Evo with a huge amount of experience, particularly in Creventic type racing. I remember him at the Silverstone 24 Hours 15 years ago and more. That was well before it becoming a Creventic race, but Evo regularly coming to the UK to race in long-distance motorsport. Dubai was just establishing itself, and long before we had the full 24/8 Series Championship. I see what you mean about the sausage curbs. It's not Evo, because he is still in the civvies and the smart team wear. So Luke Breukers.
He's one of those weird half helmet things.
Yeah.
There's Luke.
It's almost like a kind of scrambling helmet.
Because Luke's been working for the Creventic team for a long time. Rick sort of broke out to be a driver really early in the Creventic season. Remember the time he wasn't allowed to drive because he hadn't been doing well for his school results?
Yes.
He was banned for a race because he'd been skipping the work.
Right.
And then he came back, and Luke.
It was grounded, effectively.
But yeah, and then Luke kind of eschewed the racing driver life for a while, even though he was working on the team and he was doing a lot of work with it. And I think actually he kind of almost didn't want to join the family firm. And then obviously the bug must have bitten slightly later. And then in the last couple of years, he's been out racing with the rest of them now, having got both a driving license and a race license. I think really close to each other.
Yeah.
So he's decided that I am. He's wearing one of his brothers. I think one of his brothers' race suits. So I don't think he's in the Lamborghini Trofeo. They are quite
from
similar
memory,
to
no. But Rick obviously has, with vast experience of Lamborghini Cup cars and GT3s. But Luke, I think Rick is more reliable in terms of lap times, but Luke can pluck out a very impressive one from time to time.
Luke's quick and still very much on the upswing.
No doubt about that.
His experience is probably, I would guess, a tenth of what Rick's is. So he's picking up as they go. I'm not sure if this was a throwaway comment, but Eva did say he thought he was quicker.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. On the odd occasion, I don't think he can necessarily bang out the lap times with great consistency, but Luke can sometimes be quicker than his brother. So, useful to have him certainly in the team, and he's only going to get better, as you say, because of his age, but also he will get more and more experience from his family members, but also just being out there in the bowl of a motorsport venue, having to deal with traffic and having to deal with competition, particularly if that DHL car is going to present competition throughout this. Yeah,
we should be. Who has got into the come to you? Did we say that Nicholas Bert got in? Which is a bit of a surprise. I'd have thought they'd have put Nat Berton on, so they've gone for their youthful young gun in Nicholas Bert, who I think he's finished his fueling and everything, leaping across. Luke gets a chance to pull his brother out. And in already, like a flash, almost like we had a slight hiccup there in the pictures where a frame pause, and that one single frame pause, Luke was in the car. This is the advantage, of course, of having young, lithe men getting in and out of difficult racing cars. It's like pichoing, like greased eels, aren't they? When you have the more senior drivers, they'll fall out, they'll hobble away with and by that I'm obviously absolutely including me in that. Yeah. They'll hobble away with a dodgy knee and a bit of an ankle and go, oh. Or obviously if it's J.M. Lippman, they'll just fall out and lie on the floor looking for attention for a while. And I can say that because J.M.'s a good friend of ours now. He races in our online league.
I've never seen him do that, ever. You're being cruel.
Ask Joe, who's seen him at least twice do that.
Okay. Well, and he's never admitted that to me.
Exclusive news about J.M. Lippman.
Yes.
Two bits of news. First of all, he's working with Tom Dillman, but the big news, he's going to be in our team for the iRacing Le Mans next week.
Oh, great. Okay.
So he's part of our team. Which is,
how have you managed to wangle an entry for that?
Everyone gets an entry for that.
Do they?
Yeah, because it's not. I know. The thing with the one that's this weekend, it's just 50 cars.
Yes. Yeah?
The iRacing one will have about 2,500 entries.
I see.
All in separate splits based on your ability. It will obviously be not in the top split, not in the second split. This could be a long conversation about which splits we're not in. But
should you have started from the other end of the scale?
Yes, absolutely. We have made a tactical choice for a less popular car class, which may mean we'll be in a split much higher than we should be.
But that's on the full 8.5 mile track, yeah?
That's a full virtual Le Mans.
You ever driven that circuit before?
I've never done it for real. I've done bits of it.
Okay. But have you done some iRacing practicing already?
I've done hours of it.
Hours?
It's very serious work. Even for saddos like me, it's very serious. The only problem I've got is because we're obviously covering it on RS1 next weekend. I'll be in the commentary, so the only time I'm going to be free is during the night. So I'm going to have to do my sessions in the dark.
I see. Okay, so your commentary duties have dictated when you're going to be in the car?
Yeah, absolutely. Commentary comes first.
Oh, right.
And then there's 6 or 7 of us in the team, so there's plenty of rotation going on there.
Yes.
Well, interesting, oddly, also driving in the night is quite popular with everyone else because they can go for kip.
True enough. Yeah, you're doing the heavy lifting whilst everyone else is chilling out. The Audi then from Come To You Racing. Now in the hands of Nicholas Bert, as Nick mentions. Nat Berton waiting in the wings, and they have stripped their team back to just being a 3-piece, so going to be even more busy. Tom Coronel, though, again, knocking the cobwebs off.
So on fresh tyres, he's gone straight out, done a 158 flat.
Yes.
Best lap back there was 1:56.6, so he's straight near enough in the pace.
That's good.
At the end of the run with tired tyres, that was struggling to do 2:02. So you can see the degradation that kicks in. They ran that too long, and then we have to think about, obviously we don't know their brand new tyres at the start, or their tyres they'd already used for 4 laps in qualifying, whatever. But there was a definite high level degradation, which is telling you that double stinting the tyres might not be an option at all during this race.
No. Well,
if that sort of degradation is happening in an hour.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been the experiment they were running, just to see how bad the tyre wear gets in the opening stint, and then provide some sort of an answer as to whether double stinting is possible, either by shortening the stints, but you couldn't shorten them to 45 minutes. That's just ridiculously short compared to the amount of time it takes for the fuel to burn off. So it's looking like maybe 75 minutes is the ideal for a TCE car.
Well, Antti Buri managed to time his tyres well.
He did.
And he had them coming in, he had them flat the whole way
through. And he looked way off in the early stages.
Yeah, and the net result was, he ended up a 0.1 of a second behind Rick, and he came in at about an hour and 35. So I think it's hard to tell because of the warm-up laps, but I think it looks like the hour and 35 possibly might be the sweet spot. If you can fuel it back up again, it might be they actually haven't got, because of the weird way the tanks work, you get more fuel to start with than you do when you fill up each time. It might be that they haven't got the ability to run an hour and 35 in the main race at full pace. And it may be this was an extra long first stint because they could, and now they'll run to fuel, which Paul's pointing out is about an hour and a quarter. But obviously we're very track specific. It's depending, a thirsty track it'll be shorter, and a more economical. If a racetrack could be economical, they'll get more minutes basically. This is our last pit stopper. So the last pit stopper on schedule was Thierry Boyer in the Code Racing Development Volkswagen Golf. Now he actually came in at about an hour and 40. So he ran very long with his full tank. So this second stint's going to be really, really interesting to see when they come in, because that will give us kind of an idea of what happens when you're actually running a normal clear stint, with what you've been able to fill up on the fill up, with what you've been able to do without the warm-up laps, with the track slightly rubbered in, with temperatures obviously rising as we move towards the warmest part of the day, though it is overcast like the sun we had yesterday, so it won't get the same track temperature. The air temperatures might be the same, but it won't get the same track temperatures we saw. And a problem for the Code Racing machine. The bonnet goes up, first bonnet we've seen up. We've seen a wheel off that, we haven't seen a bonnet off up. And they're attacking the air cleaner device. So whether that's because it's loose or because they're having some indication they weren't getting enough airflow through, so it's blocked, and they'll have that information. They'll be able to see what the volume of air is coming into turbo. You get all that sort of measured. The lollipops in the front of the car, which looks like this is going to become our second pit caller. So very bad luck for the Code Racing team. We run for an hour and 40 without anything. They've come in for the pit stop. Something has been noticed around the intake system. That's the one thing they tried to waggle about, and at that point they've decided they're going to have to put the all French piloted team into the garage for a few minutes to fix it. Once you get in the garage, of course, the limitations of people working on the car have gone, but you are still more limited than you would be in a normal Creventic race, because there is an absolute maximum of engineers you can have on your team here.
Yes.
So you can't have two over the wall and 71 people waiting around the back smoking a fag to work on the car. There's still a limit, I think, of total number of team members outside the drivers of 8 anyway. So
front left wheel coming back off again. Now, is that to ensure they can get access to the area?
They were looking at the air.
I thought it was below the air cleaner, but because it was quite a long torque wrench which went deep into the bay.
Perhaps it's something like the you have air scoops there to cool the brakes and everything else. So perhaps they were having issue with brake cooling on that front right-hand side. Yeah. Front left-hand side, sorry. And therefore, that, as you say, they had to try to poke things that way, see if there was a blockage was, and air throughput was an issue. But
tricky to tell exactly the area that is affected, and they may not know. Of course, they might be chasing just a report from the driver. That was the 124 car then of Thierry Boyer of Code Racing Development. That's a new name on me with a Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR. And great to have them as part of the crew. Maybe another French squad to join Creventic Racing long term, to join compatriots such as Porsche Lorient Racing and the crew with the Peugeots as well. Altran, formerly known as.
Altran, give me your microphone.
Yes. Indeed. So yeah, there may be a bit of crossover actually there between teams as well. Code Racing Development new with a Volkswagen Golf
car, and it is very much action on that front left. Now, looking like they're trying to get the lower wishbone off, or maybe a lower wishbone mount. Now, I'm surprised it's something you would notice at a pit stop. What may have happened, I expect, is when they took the wheel off, they suddenly found there's more movement they were expecting. So, with the driver sitting there going, this car's going off a bit, but yeah, it's going off because it's running for an hour and 40. It may have been that he's whacked a curb, and they found there's a slight, extra amount of play, or something's gone out of alignment.
Well, there's a fair bit of vertical movement there on that on the hob, and yeah, as you say, maybe coming from the lower wishbone, something's cracked, possibly. But strange when they were just poking around in the engine bay as they were. But that's possibly the best way to attack it initially, and then you realise the extent of the problem and have to get it into the garage where it's a better working surface, and you can have a few more guys and girls as well sharing the repair work. Let's hope it's not going to take too long, because the 124 car was decently placed. Now it's sadly fallen to the bottom of the TCE group of cars. The number 1 car is 5th as a result, so 1 to benefit. And for whatever reason, this car not quite at the races so far. Yannick Mettler did the opening stint. It's now Jasmine Preissig, the Swiss.
And we've got a problem for one of the Caymans, Johnny. The car with the Mexican colours. It's going very, very slowly as it creeps round to Lagos. I think, is that Lagos you're going around? Yeah. And unfortunately, that means it gets the one blind spot of the camera. But he'll come back up again. The 408 crawling along. That is it's Jose Costa, Veloso Motorsport. He's got a kind of a wiggle on of about 50 miles an hour, I think, as he pulls the car back to the pits. I want to say there's a problem with the front right, but I think it's just it's the rear left. See, I got 100% wrong. But the reason being, of course, because the rear, we couldn't see that side, because the rear left was down, it was making the front right look odd because of the way the car was obviously crab on that way. So that's why it looked. So the actual problem is a rear left.
You don't have to explain yourself, Nick. I knew what you meant.
But does the listener and the viewer?
Probably not.
There we are.
Well, okay, well explained. It just seemed like you were coming up with far too many excuses for clearly getting something 100% wrong. But only for the second time, in fairness.
But also 100% right.
Yes.
Because it was looking odd.
Yes.
It was looking
odd. You were describing the effect, not the cause.
Exactly.
Very good.
Well, we can agree on something.
Well, another car with a whole load of tyre smoke pluming out the back of the machine, but it's because that rear left is very, very flat.
Looks like it's tyre as well. The wheel still looks attached properly. We're not getting that look of a suspension failure.
No.
We're looking at the look of a, obviously the tyre's down, but often the tyre goes down because the suspension's failed. This is just a suspension failure, for tyre failure, so he can get in, change that tyre, hopefully. If you keep being sensible, it won't cause much or any damage to the wheel arch area. At the front, slowly, Russell Ward has been gaining on Dan Alleman. So Dan Alleman in the 91 car, who is leading, but he's leading by 1 minute and 1 second. And Russell Ward has pulled that down for about 1 minute and 24 when they initially came out the pits, and there'd been some slowness in the HTP pit stop. There's a bit of ebb and flow on each lap depending on traffic, but so Russell's managed to get a bit of time back from Daniel. But if they're going to lose that amount of time every pit stop, it's going to be a very vain task to catch up overall. So let's hope that the reason they had that extra long pit stop was a unique issue. As plunging down the hill into Torrey VIP, there was the Alleman Herbert Motorsport car. Coronel now, not Coronel, it's Baird, isn't it?
It is.
He's absolutely on it, because he's now catching up to Luke Breukers, and he's just gone past the 112 of Mikas Bourne. So 1, 2 and 3 in the same shot in TCR after nearly 2 hours, and it's a Red Camels Jordan with the younger Breukers, Luke Breukers, leading just now into second. It's to come to you Audi of Nicholas Baird, who's just gone past Niklas Bjorn in the Autorama car. Now, the Autorama car was never actually led, but it has done, it was within a tenth of a second when it pitted just a few minutes ago. And in comes the 408. That Cayman will get a nice, fresh rear left. I'm not sure whether they're going to do any more than that, but it's unfortunately being the Cayman version, the GT4 version. It's a 5-nut stud, so it's going to take a while for the mechanic to get those tyres off. Now, of course, the key thing now when he gets the tyre off is to see if it's done any damage. It does seem to stay, the tyre has stayed mostly attached to the rim. Quick look around. fondle about, try and remove the various belts and bits of braid and bits of metal and bits of rubber that may have stuck themselves to the inside of the arch. But now we're having a reverse of the battle we saw for the first hour and a bit. It's not Tom Coronel in the yellow car holding off Rick Breukers in the orange car. It's Luke Breukers in the orange car holding off the new superstar, the young Belgian Nicolas Bert, who has karting and F4 experience, as Johnny told us earlier, in the Lamborghini, in the Audi. Yeah, same company.
That's true, yeah. And natural trajectory, perhaps. We'll get you to a Lambo eventually. Rick Breukers starting off in TCEs and then becoming a well-established Super Trofeo Huracan driver. And also into, well, significant race winning Audi squads as well. Think about the start of last year, which couldn't have been a lot better for the young Dutchman. So Nicolas Bert might be on the same sort of path. You mentioned as well Miklas Born, another 18-year-old from Basel, Switzerland.
It's like policemen, isn't it? They're getting really young, these drivers.
But there's this influx of 17 and 18-year-olds who are obviously discovering TCE, TCR racing as, you know, a new hotbed. They may not be able to push forward with a full single-seater career. They'll do a bit of F4. They'll maybe do a bit of Formula 3, although probably not
go bankrupt.
Formula 3. Go bankrupt and think, well, this is not a game we want to carry on playing. Let's find the touring cars instead. So, yeah, single-seater's loss is definitely the tin top's gain. And look forward to seeing how this new crop of drivers get on in the next 5 to 10 years. The Porsche, which had a tyre go quite spectacularly on the rear left, has had that replaced, and that now inches forward towards the fueling area. Unsurprisingly, it was the rear left on a clockwise circuit and a rear-wheel drive car. So that was Jose Costa bringing the Veloso Motorsport Cayman in. And also in the fueling area, Thierry Boyer in the Code Racing Development Volkswagen. So at least that's left the garage now after its work on what we think was lower suspension arm on the front left corner. Tricky to tell when you've got 3 or 4 blokes underneath it scampering away trying to fix whatever the problem is. But let's hope it's done and that car can last the next few stints trouble-free.
Target acquired for Nicolas Bert in the 117. He can see beautifully through his windscreen the orange Red Camels Jordan Seat Cupra with Luke Breukers on board. So that's a combined age of those two drivers of about 36.
Yeah.
So the two of them are younger than Tom Coronel.
Oh yeah, by about 10 years.
Yes.
Yes, Tim, our executive producer, saying, and both of us. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
We were busy trying to call everyone else down, not involving ourselves.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Out of the pits comes our only remaining pit lane laggard, the 978 Speed Lover Porsche. Bastien is noting that car. I'm not sure it'll be that when he actually crossed the line. He brought it in with whatever the problem was. So after a pit stop without fuel of about 23.5 minutes, and he's not stopping for fuel, he leaves the pit. So that's the second of our long-term pit callers. And at the moment, the pits are clear.
They are. And the garages. And
so Seb can put his camera down if it is Seb.
Yes. Yeah, been working incredibly hard chasing these various problems, and I suppose this is generally the sort of time we have initial incidents striking. Once you've got through the first few laps, as long as cars haven't found one another, and that was less likely with just 15 cars in the entry, it's then all about hashtag this is endurance and how long the cars can actually last into that opening stint. We are
Joe Bradley then
8 minutes away from behind garage doors.
Yeah.
There's a soap opera, you know, behind every one of them.
Every garage door, yeah.
8 minutes away from the 2-hour mark, and everyone has been in for at least one stop. Some, as we've said, in for an extra one, which have put those two cars, the Veloso Porsche and the Speed Lover Porsche, at the back of the field. I still don't think necessarily those problems for Jose Costa or his teammate, depending on whether there's a new driver in there or not, whether they've actually been sorted out, because still the crew were looking a little bit puzzled, but I think that was mainly just to make sure that the fuel was going in to the car, it wasn't dribbling down the side. The black Porsche with the green flashes is the 92, I think I'm right in saying, yes.
With Greek racer Taki Konstantitou who I'm sure probably has been in the team, but I don't remember being in the team. So Taki, first time we've seen him, because he didn't qualify either, so he's taken out that car, lapping around the 148, so that's a pretty solid lap time. So Taki's got a bit of pace in him. The best that car's done is a 146.7, but just to give you an idea, Russell Ward's done a 148.0 and a 147.9 for the Herbert Alleman. So of these second string drivers, Taki's certainly very much within their remit. The 921 has some bloke called Giron Blakemollen in it.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Don't know anything about him.
No. If you do your little driver thing on him, rather than just saying, oh, he's done it, you've got 8 pages to load up of everything that Jeroen's done.
Yeah.
Blakemollen, fabulous guy, fabulous racer, races everything. The consummate professional, never, for some reason, I don't know, he's never had a factory drive, or decided he never wanted a factory drive because he got so many other drives. But you know, obviously not this year, but normally he races 52 weeks of the year for somebody different in 17 different series and is absolutely fabulous in all of it. It's great to see Jeroen in a ordinary Creventic race. He only normally has a chance to do the USA round and Dubai, but he's in a unique to me. I don't remember him doing this before. He's in a 991 Cup car. I think we were on the grid. I think Ole mentioned that he decided at the last minute to come here. Felt it was safe to come. Wanted to get his knock the rust out. He'll be going over to the States for the 4th of July meeting with the ALMS soon. He'll have to go soon because he has to complete a pre-event quarantine period.
So ALMS that it's not been called that for about, what, 7 years or so?
It's still the WeatherTech IMSA.
Some of those other words put together.
Let's put it out there. ALMS, I still think, I think that's a romancer, because that's American racing. That's the first American racing I did was ALMS.
Yes. I know, it was definitely a thing.
And I kind of think that IMSA, but IMSA around the ALMS, I don't know, just ALMS, it's just more romantic.
Okay. There are some young people around the world that will never have heard of the American Le Mans series, sadly. And if you have never heard of it, I will, just go straight to your favourite streamer, because there will be highlights of races on there all over the place. And there's some classics through the years. But yes, the ALMS morphing into the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
So anyway, he's going over to America for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship 4th of July special meeting at Daytona quite soon. Can we have an edit point there, Tim? Just cut out the previous.
Yeah, it'll be fine. No problem at all. Jeroen Blakemollen, of course, had a very, very good weekend 12 months ago. To the day, but then Monday wasn't great.
No.
When they had the win stripped away from stripped from them at Le Mans 24 Hours. But that Ford GT didn't half go some.
Sharing with Ben Keating, because Ben, of course, is now graduated to Porsche driving as well, isn't he? He's driving a Porsche in the WEC.
Yes.
And he will be whenever we have the 2020 Le Mans, currently scheduled for the middle of September, and he was in one of those Porsches as a WEC
with Jeroen, in
entrant.
fact. Yeah. And sharing it with Felipe Fraga at times, but they've also brought in a sub as well when Fraga's been busy with his Brazilian stock cars. But they're a mighty trio whenever it comes to GTE racing, but also very quick in GT3s as well, as their experience in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship has proven through the years.
Do we miss Nicholas Bert getting past Luke Breukers?
Possibly so.
Off camera. We were chatting away about everything else that was going on, and now defunct American Endurance Racing Series, but off camera, the Belgian has got past the Dutchman and pulled out about a second lead. But it's interesting, is it just a case that the 117, the yellow Come To You DHL sponsored Audi, is particularly good at the start of a stint, then particularly good in the middle of the stint is the orange Red Camel's Jordan car, but then particularly good at the end of a stint is the car being driven by Michael Spoor in the back of the frame there, the Autoron Motorsport Wolf Racing. Have they just got the cars tuned differently? Are we seeing that in there, or is Nicholas Bert a coming superstar of TCR racing? Last time around he did a 1:58.4, so he's still a couple of seconds off the best, but he's you can't necessarily compare best to best because it will obviously depend on both the weight of the car with the amount of fuel in there and also, of course, the state of the tyres. So these next set of 3 drivers, Bert, Breukers and Braun, so all the Bs, are actually as closely matched as the first 3 drivers. which didn't have the same initials.
They didn't, but they were still very, very
Two
swift.
B's now, Anti-Burry and Rick Broikers, and Tom Coronel ruins it by being a C.
Well, just one out.
To start his name.
And I'm reminded again by Paul Trustwell. Thank you, Paul, for that.
Oh, you've got Paul now, have you?
I've had him all raised.
Right.
He's tending to correct me less. Funny that, isn't it? About Tom Coronel having experience of the 24H series in the TCR 500 last year, because he raced with Red Camel in that particular event. So he does have experience of TCR only 24H series races. There won't have been GTs in that, of course, as the name suggests. And I'm still going to stick my neck out and say that he's not been in therefore a multi-class 24H series race prior to this one. So it is something else for him to learn, the speed at which the GT3s approach. 64 laps now done for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche that leads. Robert Renau starting that car. Daniel Alleman, the Swiss, taking it over after roughly an hour. Russell Ward in the HTP Winward Motorsport Mercedes. The gap's a minute between those two. And Taki Konstantinou, the Greek, who has had experience of Creventic racing, actually took part in the Dubai 24 Hours 10 years ago.
Wow. That's before my time.
Was it?
Yeah. Our first one was 2012.
Okay, so that was his first, well, the first entry that I've spotted being part of this current promotion. It was with Lant Motorsport in an A6 entered, I'm going to say Audi, but I'd be wrong because it was a Porsche in those days for Lant. And then more recently raced at Dubai last year for Herbert. So that's where the connection can be placed.
On board with our leader, Daniel Alleman, in the Herbert machine. He's after losing 20 seconds to Russell Ward in the past few minutes and the past 5 laps, they've only changed the distance by about a second. It's now 1 minute and 1 second that Daniel Alleman has over Russell Ward. Russell Ward is a further 2 minutes 45 ahead. Taki Konstantinou in the other Herbert machine, but he did start a way back. High 47s for Alleman and Ward, mid 48 for Taki. Raoul Bleekemolen in the leading of the Porsches is doing a 151. Is the speed level up to pace? No, last time around 214. So looks like whilst it's running round, that speed level's still got problems, Johnny.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether the team know entirely what the issue is there. Obviously, they were paying attention to the rear of that Porsche.
Kind of makes me think that if you take off the rear, you're looking at something with the Porsche, something gearboxy on the whole. I know the engine's there as well. And you're normally looking at drive shaft. So if it's not a mechanical issue, then you kind of think, is this a gearbox issue or a diff issue? Because if it's costing them, 15, 16 seconds a lap, then it's a big problem.
Dominic Bastian put back into that car, interestingly. By the way, we've now had 2 hours of the 24 hours of Portimao. We'll give you a rundown of the current standings very, very shortly. But apart from the problems for Veloso and for Speed Lover, and actually for Code Racing development, because the Volkswagen Golf had a bit of a drama, didn't it, with the front left corner, probably suspension related. Everybody else generally doing okay. Although 1 or 2 have missed beats here and there. I'm intrigued as to how many Nicholas Berts we could potentially have for a Dominic Bastian, age-wise. It's something like 4, I reckon.
Long.
Anyway, here's the current standings after 2 hours, and still no improvement on the fastest lap. That's still a 1:44.711, and it's still from the same car, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that leads the way. We've seen Robert Renau do the opening stint, Daniel Alleman now at the wheel for this portion, and Alfred Renau, Ralph Bone still to come. Gap back to second place. They are on the same lap. It's 1 minute and 2 seconds to the 84 HTP Winward Motorsport Mercedes of Bryson Russell Ward, Indy Doncher and Philip Ellis. Doncher's done a stint. Russell Ward is now in for stint number 2. 92 Herbert Motorsport car is third. That's the black Porsche with the green detailing, with Taki Konstantinou, the Greek, now doing his stint. A 5-driver lineup, notably, with Marco Seefried, bit of a star still to come. Tim Muller, Michael Hughes and Jürgen Hering, who did the opening stint. Then the first of a couple of Porsche Cup cars, the 991 Gen 2 Cup cars. Mullner Motorsport lead the class. Moritz Krantz did the driving initially. Jeroen Bleekemolen, who we've been speaking about quite a bit, now on board, ahead of Nicholas Baert, who unbelievably leads the TCE class, but as far up as if he was a GT car, he'd be 5th. So behind three Porsches and one Mercedes is the Audi RS3 that was driven expertly by Tom Coronel before the tyres massively faded right at the end of the stint. But Nicholas Baert, the young superstar of Belgium, has taken that car over and leads the class by only 1.7 seconds, though. And the Luke Breukers driven Red Camel Jordans NL Cupra, both cars very evenly matched, as they've proven to be for the best part of the 2 hours, actually. And let's hope that continues for as long as possible. 4.7 seconds further back is Miklas Born, another 18-year-old for Autorama Motorsport. That car has just been handed to him after a good stint from Andy Burry, which took a while to get to the boil, but then he was really on pace towards the end. Rodrigue Guillon, driving the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, is in 8th place, and he's 5th in the GTs. AC Motorsport of Belgium and Stéphane Perrin, the Frenchman, 188 is the car number, and that car's 4th in the TCE category. 5th place in the same division is Jasmin Preissig, the Swiss driver, and Autorama Motorsport's Volkswagen Golf champions of last year, hence the reason why the number 1 is on the side of that car. Mulner Motorsports' Daniel Schwervelt is in the Porsche 718 Cayman. He is in 11th position ahead of Andre Antunes of Park Algar Racing with the Mercedes. And then the 3 cars that have had various problems. Code Racing's Volkswagen is 13th. Jose Costa's Veloso Motorsport Porsche is 14th. And Dominic Bastien back in the pits now for Speed Lover. So clearly that issue not yet sorted out. The 978 car is 9th in GT and 15th when you combine the 2 grids.
I have to say, I think we've had a cracking 2 hours. It just shows you don't need 75 cars to make an exciting race. Unfortunately, as we expected from the times we were seeing, the 978 Speed Lover Porsche is back in the pits again, back with that right rear tyre off, back trying to work out what the heck's going wrong with the drive line at the back of that still pristine car, because it's not actually had a damage to get to this issue of being in the pits. It's just looking as shiny as ever. I got a chance to look at some Twitterage during that break, and the important fact is we've got some more Nicholas Baert information, which is good news, isn't it?
Yes.
It's what you always want. It's from Phil Kinch. Nico Baert competed in TCR Europe this year when it starts in August for Come To You Racing with Gilles Magnus. His debut in Truck. He's the son of team manager Jean-Michel Baert, who also wrote Oxygen. Oh no, that wasn't him, was it?
No, slightly different guy. But I know what you mean. Aston Martin in the tangerine and white colours then, over the line, car 401. That's a recognisable race number, but a very different paint job for the rest of 2020. Don't think that car turned out quite like that in Dubai. Although by the end of Dubai, it's very difficult to tell which car was which.
They're all wet.
They were all very, very wet. It was dark, and
they're underwater.
Half of them were
mud.
underwater. Yeah.
It was. I remember it came the first time they ran it, which I'm now thinking was Mugello last year. They literally turned up in plain white and didn't even try and put any sponsor stickers on it.
That's right.
It's like, it's a white car. That's it. Fine.
Brand new. Yeah. We'll think about the livery at a later date. And the 412. Yeah, the 412 is the Mercedes from Park Algar Racing. So just getting slightly confused there, focusing on a different car on the outside as we are from the inside. But the 412 machine running in 12th position with Andre Antunes.
And I think that's an example of, where the drivers are. Antunes last time round is a 205. He's fallen back from the 155s we saw from his teammate Jose. So yeah, I mean, this is the point. When you get to the GT4 classes, 4 drivers in one car, 5 in the other, it's not about what your lead driver does. It's entirely about what the balance of the other drivers, who are the guys, let's be honest, are paying for it to be there, is what they do. Because it's all about, GT4 racing, it's all about the teammates, the gentleman drivers, the way you put the team together. And it's about them going racing. And sometimes those drivers going racing means you're not going to get the ultimate lap time, but they are contributing to the team in other ways.
Yes. And that cannot be forgotten, because it's not just pure pace. You've got to also have reliable drivers who aren't going to throw it off at every corner, and make sure the car comes in with limited amount of work necessary, even if it's just to change the tyres and fuel it up, send it again. And very often, if you stay out of trouble, and keep within that sort of 75, 80% potential of the car, you'll pull off a result. The 117 car now charging its way down the hill into a tricky stop. I mean, your car's going very slowly through the hairpin bend there, easily the slowest corner on the circuit, and you can approach at high speed. Doesn't take much to get your braking point wrong there.
Yeah, in a stunning piece of deja vu,
Yes.
Nicholas Bett got past Luke Broik as much as Tom Coronel got past Rick. Didn't really manage to pull away, and now they're getting closer again. And they are currently slightly leaving Miklas Born in the Autorama Motorsport car by a bit, much as their two of them did at this point through stint one. So my prediction is that these two cars are going to be tied together. Luke will get past about a lap to go before the pit stops, but by then the Autorama car will be right with them again.
Yeah, as Antti Burry was in the first stint. So are they not necessarily learning from their experience, or do they think
That's how the car's set?
we can? Okay, yeah.
Because I think it's a little bit about. I think it's about tyre wear and tyre optimisation. I think what we're seeing, and it'd be great to get some information off the ground if the boys just go and have a chat, is we're seeing very high tyre wear, very high degradation. Now, maybe, I mean, I don't remember Portimao being especially bad, but don't forget the track's not been used for a long time. You know, normally, even though there aren't race meeting here, there's track days, there's bike days, there's rubber going down. Now, maybe just at the start of the day, it's just a bit too abrasive, and then it's just this tyre model they're going through. It appears that different cars are working the front tyres differently and getting different results throughout the run, and certainly Nicholas Bett had no issue in catching up, getting past Luke, but he's having a lot of issue in breaking him. At the same time, we see the Autorama drifting off. Now, I expect the Autorama to come back towards it, but my other expectation, Johnny, is this stint will not be as long as the previous ones. If it is as long as the previous one, unfortunately we'll be off air when they come in again, but I'm hoping it's a bit shorter so we get the second pit stops in.
Well, that would be good, because I think we'll then get a much truer representation of exactly where these three particular cars are. We're expecting Miklas Born to lose out on the top two in TCE, just as that 112 car did in the opening stint, but don't discount it, because out of nowhere Antti Burry was back with him, and then he was back with them, and then into second place. Was he leading into the pit stop?
He pulled it. If he could go another lap, he would have done. But his lap stop was a lap before, or 2 laps before Rick's. But they were within a tenth of a second. He was 2 seconds a lap faster. So maybe he tactically decided not to do the extra lap and just come in and not get involved with the argument and the potential issue, because it's just not worth it in the first stint of a 24-hour race.
What I don't have is any details on when any resurfacing has taken place here, but what I notice is the asphalt's quite patchy, so I think they've redone certain areas and then others are older, so it really depends where they fall around the circuit too.
Two things. I don't think there's been a big resurface, but don't forget that they recently went through the procedure to get their Grade 1 licence back.
Yes.
So what would have happened is that Charlie passed away. Sorry, the team who are now doing Charlie's job from FOM would have come over here and said, this is fabulous, but you need to do X, Y and Z. And X, Y and Z normally is about runoff areas, it's about safety, it's about gravel traps, it's about tarmac runoffs, it's all those sort of things about. The biggest concern for a Grade 1 licence is all about safety. It's actually not really about whether it's a good track left or right, up or down. But the other thing they may have done is going, right, okay, this bump's a bit too much. This bump's a bit too... This bump's a bit high, this bump's a bit low, and so there may have been some track shaving, which is why you see these different colours. Because the thing about all these tracks, this track now is what, 2008, so it's 12 years old, 13, 14 years since it went down. Not to the extent we see with Kota, where the whole thing subsided massively, but they do move around. And in a natural environment, you're going to get a little bit of upping and down, and so some natural bumps will turn it. Maybe they've shaved a couple of corners. It's a kind of, just to get, this track's great, it's got a nasty bump, therefore we need to lose that bump if you want to get your Grade 1. Now, as Tim pointed out, and the cynic would say to me, obviously quite a lot about whether you get Grade 1 or not is how big the check you write is, but there are a number of safety reasons as well.
And the other thing to think about, I suppose, is curbs around this place, because we talked about the sausage curbs. If you catch in some of the other serrated curbs, they have certain areas, because I mean I noticed
they're low though. They're low motorcycle curves.
True.
This is a big bike track. So
I just wonder whether, because you can drop your tyres off the other side of the curb, and bringing it back on again will start to potentially damage the. But then that tends to lead to punctures rather than excessive tyre wear.
The sausage curb that caught out Ralph Bond all those years ago is still there, because I've not seen one.
Okay.
And like many things, certain track delineations, there's a bit of car is, or tape is on the track. Track delineations change with fashion, don't they?
Yes.
Suddenly this particular method of market corner is really fashionable, we're going to have them everywhere, and then they go, not such a good idea, we'll take them back out again. And sausage curbs, you know, they're now seen almost as a marking of last resort, aren't they? And whenever there's a sausage curb stuck in to stop a car jumping the track in an F1 or a WEC race, it's like, don't forget the sausage curb at track 7. It's like it's got its own Twitter account within half an hour.
Yeah.
You know, because they are absolutely lethal, and they I think, they overly punish what can be a very minor error. You're about to cut the track, right? Yeah, theoretically, therefore, you would gain some time. And they're designed to prevent people cutting the track to gain time. But also, sometimes when you go offline because you've got things slightly wrong.
Yeah,
it's not deliberate,
true.
and you find these big sausage curves which are designed. It's weird because most track design is designed to keep the car, the driver, the spectators safe. The sausage curb is actually designed to damage the car, so you won't go over it. It's a weird reverse psychology. Everything else is helping you. You know, the curbs delineate the track, normally help you move on the circuit so it's wet. Everything's designed to make it so you can stay on the black stuff, go around. But then let's put this curb down. So if you do make a mistake, we can completely wreck your machine.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
There were the curbs that may still be there at the Red Bull Ring, they may not, but between the penultimate corner and the final corner, they are not against you as well.
They're the wing killers. They're because the problem with that is because it is such a fantastic amount you can gain by going wide those last two corners, especially with a downforce car, more than with a touring car. It's such a temptation to go over that way that if you didn't stop people doing it with a curb, they feel they would do it anyway. But the problem is that you see the cars carrying momentum, especially, and it's interesting, you look at it, those sausage curbs kill cars in practice and qualify, they never kill them in the race, because when people are really pushing it, perhaps slightly offline and giving it the extra bit for that first lap, so they're about wide and bang, that's the wing gone, and you know, they'll do 5, 6, 7 wings, so that's a logistical question for the F1 teams who are doing 2 races back to back in Austria.
Indeed.
So we bought 1 car each and 94 wings.
Just in case. But like you say, that's often down to a mistake that you make going into the corner, and there's very little you can do on the coming out of it. And I remember Matt Griffin speaking to him at length about some of the track limit infringements that cars might have been getting a particular weekend. You're not deliberately going off the track. It's just that you've attacked a corner to the greater extent that the mistake is unavoidable on the exit of the corner because you're so committed going into it. And it's always during qualifying, as you say, when you're trying to get those hundredths of a second out of a lap. But yeah, maybe the real offender for Ralph Bone last year. Was it last year?
No, 3 years ago.
Has been plucked out now.
I think it was in the early part. It was like 1, 3 or 4. It's early on in the lap.
Yeah.
But I genuinely, because I'm pleased I remember half the information and all the information.
No, it's good. Very good.
As Luke Brook edges ever closer to Nicholas Burt, so he's the teenagers back at battle again in the TCRs. Climbing up now. And into the pits comes our leader. So Dan Alleman's come in. That's early, isn't it?
No, that's probably about right.
15. So he's only his stint is about an hour because they came in at 15. So they're perhaps short stinting the driver. But more importantly, perhaps they're just driving to the tyres.
Yes.
Perhaps they're sitting there and driving the tyres. I'm not going to at any point say that Herbert are not doing exactly the right thing. But that second stint was an hour, much as Paul said it would be, because they obviously don't get the full 120 litres in the tank as they had to begin with, and they will just get there. I think 100. I think you get for the Porsches this year. And the door is slammed, and the only question is, will it be Alfred Bernal or will it be Ralph Bone? Normally, it'll be Ralph, which should guarantee it'll actually be Alfred. But normally, it should be Ralph at this point, as they put the 2 AM drivers through the process, and he goes in through the penultimate garage and sweeps onto the fuel stop, which means that into the lead will go Russell Ward. So Russell still was about a minute behind. He looks a bit short at the moment because it was the in lap for Daniel, so he's about a minute behind. But the question will be that when they come in, whether they can avoid the massive time loss they had in the pits last time. The HTV Winwood team lost 50 seconds to their main rivals, the 91 Herbert team, in the last pit stop, and 50 seconds that none of us could really see where it happened. Because the pit stop seemed fine, there was nothing extra happening on there, and they just filled it up again. So there are bits that happen we don't see. There may have been a problem with the refuel at the filling station, but you know that's a huge amount to lose when you battle for an hour and you're 9 seconds behind.
Now, the last time I did this, it forced an error from Tom Coronel, so I'm going to see whether I have an influence again second time around, because, well, first of all, I need to tell you that you're listening to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is the 24 Hours of Portimao, part of the 24H series for season 2020. Only round 2 for reasons that are immediately obvious, but great to be back to real racing finally. And we are powered by Hankook as always. Nick Damon and Johnny Palmer. You can use the Twitter handle at RSL_studio to get in touch if you wish. And don't forget that at 3 o'clock, so in just 42 minutes time, episode 4 of the Football Rewind can be heard here on RS3, where your host Declan Brennan is joined by author, writer and Wigan Athletic fan Steve McKevitt to discuss following that particular club's rise from the 4th tier of English football to the dizzy heights of the Premier League, and the 3 days when the club made history by becoming the first team to win the FA Cup and get relegated in the same season. So that's an hour-long show here on RS3, and that will bring the first 3 hours of this particular part of the race to an end, but the race obviously continues. We will be back on air, though, at 7:30 UK time, 8:30 continental Europe, and you can do the relevant calculations. Actually, the website will do it for you if you go to radiolemans.com and find out when we're next on. But it's a significant chunk then into the nighttime running of this race, the return of the 24H series.
Well, you failed to elicit an error there from Nicholas Baird, but he did lose 0.3 of a second to Luke Royker. So
still got a bit of power there.
You've made it more exciting, but you haven't actually managed to send him off the track with your promo reading.
Oh well, there's always next time.
And there will be a next time.
And I'm pleased that for the first time when it happened, you were actually watching, because I wasn't. I was busy reading a bit of script.
And out of the pits comes Ralph Bond. Yes, got it right.
You did. I think you mentioned both people, actually.
No, it's normally Ralph Bond.
Most likely Ralph Bond. Yeah, Ralph coming a little bit close to the blend line there. Not allowed to cross the white line, which is effectively the end of the pit lane and marks that from the racetrack. I think he was okay.
Bit of a slower stop that time. Bit of a slower stop that time, Johnny. It was 4 minutes and 8 seconds. It was a 3:50 last time. Already in the pits is Russell Ward from Wimber Motorsport. So he actually only led by crossing the line in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So his target time, and whoever takes over the car, is to beat 4 minutes and 8 seconds as a pit stop time.
There's that throaty flat 6 in the back of the Porsche then, as Ralph powers through the gears. Fresh tyres. Obviously it'll take a little while to get up to full speed, because if they're brand new Hankooks, then you've got the releasing agent, which is very slippery indeed, to be scrubbed
I have
off.
a question for you.
Yes.
If you can answer. I never normally sit next to you when you've got your computer up. Does Ralph do any other races, or does he just do this?
Okay, let's have a look.
Because obviously he's a businessman and
does a bit of Blancpain, or has done in the past. Spa 24 hours, which is part of that championship.
Last year, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
I say a bit. It might just have been that one race, actually. Yeah, he was in the Spa 24 Hours last year.
Was that with Herbert or somebody else?
It was with Herbert.
Ah, right. So he's a Herbert.
So
Herbert,
probably a Herbert
regular
man through and through. Let's just see what the driving lineup was to join Ralph. It was the usual protagonists, exactly the same four that did Spa last year. Apart from that, it is mainly 24H series throughout. They did the Spa 24 Hours in 17, and they did the Gulf 12 Hours a few years ago as well.
Obviously before we did it. There's glorious 3 seasons we did it, but it was actually
I thought we
good.
were there in 16.
So did I.
Yeah. Downers racing during that weekend with the 3 of them, Daniel, Ralph and Robert Renauer, as a gentleman entry.
I vaguely remember that one. Probably may have happened.
Might have happened.
Out of the pits while we were chatting about what Ralph was doing on his weekends away from Portugal, which is just basically other Creventic meetings, Dominic Bastian has rejoined in the 978, so he's getting a lot of running, not many laps, not many high speed, but he's in and out. So Bastian has been sitting in the car now for probably about an hour and a half and has done very few laps, none of them at full speed. They've had another fiddle at the rear right of the car, and hopefully that will get that Porsche 911 up to speed. spec, but he's got a number of laps now to make up on Johan Bleekemolen in the leading Porsche car, the 921, which is currently the small matter of 25 laps ahead.
Yes, and that is a significant chunk considering the race distance is 75, so 25, a whole whole third of the race.
So
think about
Bryce Ward, the senior Ward, takes over in the second place car. It's currently scored first, waiting for much longer. In the second place car, HP William Motorsport Machine, that is a stop of 4:19, so it's 11 seconds longer than the Herber stop that time. So they've now lost over a minute just in the pit lane in 2 stops.
It all adds up, doesn't it? And actually very quickly at that kind of rate. Taki Constantinou now the race leader, by virtue of the fact that that Porsche hasn't made a second stop
and
yet.
will if it runs as long as it did, long extra as it did in the first, it maybe still 5-6 laps from coming in.
Yes. Yeah, because you've got to think that those drivers in the B Porsche, although they're both in the GT3s, I think fair to say the stronger lineup is in 91, but 92 getting more and more experience, and these names more established with Herbert Motorsport too. I mean, Taki Constantinou, yes, his first experience at the Dubai 24 Hours was 10 years ago, but I think the first experience with the team was just last year. Bit of a lock-up from the Aston Martin into the first corner there. Just caught the back end of that incident, but there was quite a lot of tyre smoke in the air for car 401.
A downhill braking zone where you, just towards the end of turn, as turn 1 enters, you get a bit of an uphill help for yourself, flattens in a tiny bit of a rise, but it's that sort of thing where you suddenly see it plunging down and you've got your braking point slightly wrong. There's every chance you might just press it a bit too hard. And but I must be a bit surprised there, because I thought GT4 had ABS. Pretty sure they do.
Some of them do.
Pretty
I'm
sure
not
they
sure
do.
they all do.
No, I think it's part. The gentleman cars are more like to have ABS than not. So I'm pretty sure the GT4s have ABS. So that lockup may be more of a either an ABS issue, or he might actually be in a oblique angle of the track where he locked up.
Yeah, going sideways is going to create smoke, isn't it? Regardless of how your anti-lock braking is doing going forwards.
And we have 15 cars, and 7 of them have clumped together. And this is it's the remarkable thing about endurance racing. It doesn't matter how many cars you have; they'll all end up clumped together at one point.
Yeah, and most of them are TCEs as well. Oh, no, actually, look at them. 1, 2, 3 of them are TCEs, I think. And a couple of Caymans in there.
Yeah, it's all going on. There's Taki Constantinou. I just call him Taki.
Yeah,
Taki Constantinou. Taki is making light work of the first 3 of those. Now is backed up behind the other Cayman. No, sorry, he's backed up behind Jérôme in the other 991 class car. So that's getting more difficult to get past, as Jérôme has done his business as well. Powering back out the Torre VIP hairpin and through the sweep at 7. They're now going up to the Samson corner, and will Jérôme let him by? He does, using the extra straight line power. They're coming through the Craig Jones. Ahead of him is the GT4 Mercedes, and that's got in his way slightly, and a bit of indecision as they pop up over the top of Portimao. And round the outside goes Taki, and he'll go coming down here to the corner 12. That's more important than it looks. It sets you up for the long 13, which is a hairpin, shaped hairpin. 13 actually opens out, and you push hard up the hill before you come round the very, very long double apexed sort of wide hairpin. Not exactly a chicane, it's just a wide hairpin and 14 turn, backing yourself through Sagres. Full power on now, and you'll just ease slightly down the hill, hug the inside of a gallop, and you then hit the main straight, drift it out wide. You'll start climbing up as you see the pit entrance and the grandstand before you float down the hill gently at first for a plunge into the first corner. And that was a lap where he overtook about 117 cars and still managed to 151. So yeah, he lost about 3 seconds because of the traffic, but he'd be quite pleased with that lap because he didn't lose any parts of the bodywork. And
if you tried to say to him partway around, Taki, you are actually leading the race here, he wouldn't have believed you 1 second because of the extent of the cars that were ahead of him. But he does now finally have clear road in front. Another interesting message on the screen at the moment is an incident involving said Aston Martin and the 91 Porsche, which is the other Herbert car, they've both been clocked for an incident, presumably contact No further action is the decision, but was that at turn number 1?
Was it a spin?
And is that the smoke that we saw, or I just caught the back of, and was rather puzzled as to why?
This is where we need Joe to do CSI Portimao.
Yes.
To put together the facts and present us with the case.
Yes, and maybe a quick discussion with Ralph Bone as well, who was new into the car very early on in the stint, and has there been a clash with the Aston Martin, a spin for one or both of those cars? TCE's looking lively again. 0.4 of a second between the 117 and the 101, Audi and Cupra respectively.
Miklas Born dropped by 16 seconds before he comes back again.
Yes. Yeah, he looks well out of it, but he's going to be with them by the end of the stint, as long as we can still talk about it and still on air. 3 o'clock, it's the football rewind, remember, so if we can get the pit stops done for the TCEs just before that,
it's back
be
in
perfect. Dominic Bastian in
just
the
a lap
978.
that time, and that kind of dumb look at what's going on. Why isn't it working? We're doing all this stuff. He hasn't hit anybody. There's a problem. Oh, they're plugging the computer in.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Well, as you say, they're following all the instructions that came with the car, and up on the internal jack for the time being. Will that car be spun around?
Is it the front left they're looking at now? Was that
it's difficult
quite
to tell.
see the foreshortening. It was a rear left. It wasn't quite just yeah.
No, I think that was a front left, but
and they've been working on the rear right most of the time.
Overwhelming feeling from the body language of a cut-down crew that they don't really know what the problem is now. That they've explored all the obvious issues, and it's not any one of those. Spare driver standing by to take over. That means there isn't actually a driver on board right now. Difficult to tell from that sort of a distance. The yellow and black and red Audi streams across the line, still leading the class, with Nicholas Bett doing a good job after taking over from Tom Coronel. But the same old issue that Tom had as well, which is that pesky red Camel Cupra is going nowhere and is still large in the mirrors. They're about to catch the GT4 Mercedes, of which there is only one in the race. That is the Andre Antunes driven Park Alga Racing Team Merc.
Bryce Ward in the 84 car, the HP Winwood Motorsport, is showing missing on the timing.
He is.
So
good spot, yeah.
It looks like Bryce in the car that has been leading and in second place is either a timing error or we have lost the GT3 Mercedes, the black and green pinstriped car. So it's showing us not turning up. It's gone more than a minute and a half late. So we need to have a look around the track, see if we can find that Mercedes, the GT3 car 84. As the two leaders in TCR continue their battle royale that's now only been raging for 2.5 hours. But yeah, more concerned about Bryce Ward at the moment than the HVP win with Mercedes. Where is that? What's happened to that? Where is it?
Only 7.5 minutes into this stint for Bryce, who took over from Russell at the last stop. We're going to go code 60.
So there is a problem.
Got to be for the Mercedes.
Must be rescuing it from somewhere. It's obviously off the track in a difficult place. And 117 is up to speed. That's Nicholas Bett in the Come To You car. Thank you much. Is already at 60 kilometres an hour. Now, the TCRs are about an hour and 5 in. Do they stop and take half a tank? Do they not? Do they? What do you do? What do you call this one? Is this a chance to come in the pits, take half a tank of fuel, perhaps do a longer stint, or is the tyre degradation so much you don't want to do more than an hour and 5 minutes?
Their track position, I would go with the pit stop, because they're about to come around now and have the opportunity to stop. If they were stuck out at, say, turn 4 or 5, it would take much longer. What we don't know is the extent of this problem. Has the car, the Mercedes of HTP, just ground to a halt? And I really thought the 117 was going to stay out, but at the last minute the driver pitches the car to the required angle, Nicholas Bett, and the car is going to come down pit lane for the stop. But what about the 101? Does it copy that move?
You can't see it, but Luke Brooks has followed. Oh dear, it's gone off and into the wall.
Nose first.
Not sure where it is. The 84 car. That is serious damage. A lot of radiators at the front of those Mercedes, so however fast he's gone, it's not going to be a work of a moment to fix it. I mean, it may be panels, but it will certainly be, they need to get the lights and everything else.
It's in the third sector, Nick, because it went through for sectors 1 and 2 okay, so I think it might be through the final corner at Gal.
Now, interestingly, the 117 car has just arrived in its pit box later than the 101, so I think the 117 has just served a short penalty. Because he just turned up after the Red Camels car does. Obviously, he should have turned up a few tenths before. So I think we've had a small penalty, a 5-second or 10-second penalty served by the 117. So he will be behind at that point of the number of seconds when they've done the driver's change. And they were doing a full service. Now, this would be a good time to get Evo in, because obviously he has a certain amount of race time he has to do. And he'll be doing this under code 60. So, not being cruel, any damage he does to the overall time will be lessened by the fact they're not running at full speed. Bryce out of the car, looking disappointed with himself, slapping the barrier. Seems to have gone straight on. We still don't quite know where that is. Don't know, the camera could pull out slightly. We get a kind of an idea of where exactly on the track that Bryce has gone off.
As I say, it's in the final sector, so it can only be turn 12, 13, 14 or 15. It might be that he's overcooked 14 somehow, but that's relatively slow speed. So
gone wide at 15?
I think it's probably
slightly downhill.
It's a strange angle to end up at.
The outside of 14 has lots of stands.
Yes. Yes,
okay, where are we? Let's have a look.
Sponsorship.
Oh, right, it's going that way.
Oh,
so
it's up the hill to 13.
It's up the hill to 13. He's gone straight on.
Okay.
He's gone straight on at 13.
Yeah, I'd seen the track and actually assumed that the cars were going to be going in the opposite direction. But thank you for zooming out. And we got a glimpse then of one or two cars going by at 60 kph. And, run out of brakes maybe. Just got his braking point slightly wrong. It is fast on the approach there, because you've come down the hill from 11 through a pretty much flat left-hand kink at 12, and then it's solely down to when you hit the brakes. You can carry a little bit of speed there and trail brake in, but you need to be applying left-hand angle well before the apex. And that car, I don't know, maybe a stuck throttle or a brake failure or maybe operator error. Difficult to tell, but Bryce Ward's body language maybe smacks of the latter there.
I'm surprised you go that far off, though, at 13, because 13...
It's weird, isn't it?
I suppose you miss it entirely, so 12 just go down the hill to 13.
Yeah. Could have been some contact on the way in.
Yeah.
With another car.
Well, that's a very good point, actually. That would be why you would carry too much speed. No one else is showing any damage that we've stopped so far, as in comes our leader. In fact, in come everybody. The top three are in. For everyone apart from Bryce Ward, rather obviously, has been in. We're only waiting now for a couple of teams in. So actually, it's the 9th place car hasn't come in. So the top 8 all been in the pits. There's Bryce with the car. They're going to, obviously the more limited number of trackside workers means it's taking slightly longer to get the rescue vehicles in.
Yes, and the rescue vehicle will have been called, no doubt, but it does take a bit of time for that truck to get to the required position. It's going to be a straight tow by the looks of things, by the gestures from the marshal to Bryce, who now takes his helmet and hands device off, realising that's not going to be a quick return to the race. That's a real shame, because the Mercedes was just about the only car able to take the fight to the two Porsches from Herbert, and we were treated to a really good fight in the early stages, you may remember, if you were joining us from the off, between those two cars. Robert Renauer taking his time to get to the race lead, and then he really did disappear up the road, and the battle developed into a scrap for second and third between the Mercedes of HTP and the second of the Herbert Porsches.
As the rest of the stragglers come into the pit, so everyone now has made a stop, and pretty much sure everyone's put up with a half tank of fuel. The question really is whether any of them will then decide to do a second run around and get the second half tank of fuel during the code 60 as well. It's not totally free, because obviously you are losing time, but you're losing significantly less time than you would if you were involved, obviously, at full green pace. So the rescue truck is there, the big Volvo truck with the crane on the back, as they look to find a safe place to rope around the Mercedes GT3 without doing any extra damage.
Philip Ellis then might not get a drive today, depending on the extent of the damage. It's difficult to tell from the angle that the car's come to rest.
He seems to have gone absolutely straight into that.
Yeah, he does.
Which will mean that he has damaged the bonnet, he's damaged the grille, he's damaged both the wings. if he hasn't gone in super fast, he might actually not have damaged the suspension.
No. And the engine's quite far back in the bay.
Yeah, exactly. It's mid-front, effectively. It's a very good point, Johnny. There are ancillaries up there. There's a very expensive carbon fibre air intake system that's not going to be work of $5 to fix. And the rads as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's evidently fixable. I'm sure they've got the spare parts. It's just whether they want to. And I assume that a lot of the reason of being at this race is actually not to win, it's to drive. Yeah. So my guess is they probably will want to. And the other advantage normally in a normal Creventic race, when there's 11 or 14 GT3s and you wang it in the wall, well, you've got no chance of coming back. When there's only 3, there's only to say those 2 won't have problems as well. No. So, it's worth just giving it a little bit extra attempt to kind of see, right, okay, we'll take it back, we'll see what it is. We've got the spares, I'm sure they probably will have. Let's fix it, let's put a new front end on it, let's get out there, let's see what we can do. And, there is a huge amount of time left. One of the advantages, I remember someone saying the only advantage of going 1-0 down in the first minute, you've got 89 to get it back. True. So the only advantage of crashing it after 2.5 hours, you've still got 21.5 hours to get back on it again. So,
it's good practice for the team as well, particularly in the new way that they will have to be working this weekend, making space for one another. So stripped down team, double the amount of work per person, potentially, but they will not shy away from that down at HTP. Vastly experienced team, not only in race strategy, but also in piecing a car back together again. Don't enjoy doing the latter, but it's part and parcel of motor racing. And the Marshal's doing a very good job here to delicately lift the Mercedes up onto the back of the Volvo flatbed, and in the process not do any further damage. Yeah, that
is the key point, is finding a way of lifting a car that weighs probably not far off 1,200 kilos. Yeah. So even though it's a racing car, thinks they're light, there's a certain amount of bulk given these GT3 cars, whether they want it or not. So you've got 1,200 kilograms you've got to lift. It's obviously not all attached properly. They're actually looking at that. It does look like it's that going in flat front does limit the damage you do, because you're spreading the impact across a much greater area rather than going on one corner or not. I'm not saying I'm sure Bryce was probably all wheels locked up, hoping for the best, and obviously the ABS doesn't work on gravel. That's the only problem. No. But obviously it'd be really interesting to find out what happened, whether it's a failure, driver error, or, as you say, Johnny, a misunderstanding with a back marker ending up being in the wrong place. All 3 of which are very common causes of multi-class racing accidents.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's part of the risk, but also the reward as well, when you do get a good result, to have dodged all the bullets that are involved in multi-class racing. The tyre wall's done its job to an extent. Obviously kept Bryce nice and safe, because he's able to stand and watch at a safe distance. What are they, 2 or 3 tyres deep, that wall, and a fair bit of scuffing on the rubber belt, which keeps them all in line. And 1 or 2 teeth missing from the mouth of that Mercedes. But much of that, let's keep our fingers crossed, will be superficial. Stick a new nose on. I think it will have affected rads and intakes, but probably not the engine. And I don't think it's gone far enough actually to have affected suspension. No. It's very tough to tell from this distance.
Yeah, because obviously the front suspension looking compressed, but that's because that's how they're lifting the car up. Yeah. One thing that has happened is everyone has come in for a half tank of fuel, and the car leading is still Taki in the 92 car. So he stayed out ahead of Ralph Bond, even though obviously initially they were about a minute and a half back. Now, he is sitting with half a tank of fuel, and Ralph Bond is sitting with a brimmed tank of fuel. They'll both be on, I would think, fresh tyres. So Taki looking quite... They have gained out of this, and if he was to roll through the pits again and get some more fuel and come back out again, in real term, he'd probably have reduced that deficit from almost a minute and a half to half a minute.
Yes.
By the time they go to racing speed again. So, and with a full tank of fuel. So it's worked out really, really well for the 92 car. The 91 car has worked out really, really well because their major rivals is in the barrier.
That's true. And actually the 91 now pings to the top of the timing sheet. So that's because that car's done 82 laps.
Have I been caught out in the ins and the outs, the whole thing?
Possibly. Well, Taki's just done a stop, so that will have pegged him significantly back, although it was under a code 60, half the fuel. But better to do a fuel stop when everyone else is tootling around at 60 k's rather than...
And he's about to do another one, so he is double filling, so...
Yeah, OK. So here comes the 92 then to complete 82 laps. That will ensure this car stays on the lead lap. But Ralph Bone is a bit further around. No safety car, of course. Everyone just instead timed around the track to make sure that they're adhering to the 60 kilometres per hour speed limit, whilst the recovery continues to take place for the Mercedes. I was partially through a description of, how bad was this incident before we actually saw it, because it was just a car in the gravel, that would have been cleared very quickly. Then when the teams had the chance to see it was a Mercedes badly damaged on the front end, okay, maybe we can squeeze 2 stops in here to get the full fuel allocation. Obviously you're having to circulate a longish circuit at a much reduced speed, so it's all down to how long it takes you to do the longer lap.
Taki stopped then, came into the pits of the 92 car. There was some faffing about around the rear of the driver's seat, which we wouldn't need to his belts tightly up. He was driving the whole time, and then they've gone back out to fuel. They had like a 10-second let's see what's going on situation there.
Okay.
As they roll the Winwood car, going past. It's blowy, isn't it? There's quite a bit of wind. That's quite an interesting thing to bear in mind for these aero-dominated faster cars. You get the wind in a certain direction, you get a lot more downforce than if it's in the wrong direction.
And if I've got my bearings right, this recovery wagon is on the inside of the track, so that means recovering it to the paddock is made easier than if it had gone off on the outside of 15, for instance, because they've got to get it through the tunnel, and it still doesn't. It probably only takes another 5 extra minutes, but that's 5 more minutes of your race time taken away. So a little bit of a job now to get down the bank and back into the concreted area. But there's nothing to say the car can't rejoin the race. It's not like Le Mans where the car's got to get back to the pits under its own steam and on the track. Outside assistance is permitted in 24/8 series racing. And at only that point can the team really start to work out which bits need to be refitted and replaced. Ralph Bone still trying to keep the tyre temp up to a reasonable level, so much steering input being put in. I'm told that actually accelerating to a reasonable speed, then braking to dissipate the energy from the brakes is more helpful for the tyres. But
yeah, this is psychological, I always think.
Probably, yeah.
Because obviously, if you can heat the discs up, the heat dissipates through the wheel rim into the tyre, so it does actually oddly, basically, rather than heating from the surface by waggling backwards and forwards, you're heating from the inside like a nice, hot water bottle for them.
Yeah, because that means you've got to get up to a reasonable speed, and 60 k's isn't that great. So maybe just keeping the brain active by zigzagging the car from left to right at turn 13, which is where the Mercedes fell off. And 2 Golfs have found one another under the caution as well. This is the time to find out whether your speed limit button is the same as your rival.
Now, interestingly, talking about the TCR, and in the camera we can see the 112 Kari-Pekka Laaksonen in the 112, so that they've changed their driver. I think code 60 is still running? Just the camera angle made it look quicker for a second then. Luke Brook has stayed aboard. So they didn't put... Luke Brook has stayed aboard. They didn't put Ivo on. Nicholas Baert stayed aboard as well for the Come To You Audi Sport car, but Kari-Pekka Laaksonen did replace his teammate at the last stop, Matthias Bert. So they've changed. The others who haven't, carry on going. I mean, obviously he didn't get the chance to get to the back end of the run as code 60 is withdrawn, and we're back to racing.
We are, and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, as you say, back behind the wheel of a TCR car. I don't think it's the same one that we saw him last driving in, though, because he took part at the Dubai 24 Hours for Top Car Sport, one of the Bas Kooten racing prepared cars. That was a Cupra. He's now back in company of a Volkswagen Golf that he's raced, I'm sure, many times for a Finnish squad. Although the team that he's with this weekend is Swiss, and the Autorama Motorsport outfit, who've brought 2 Golfs to the Algarve circuit for the second round of the year. And still a full calendar in place for the rest of the season. Monza next month, and visits also to come to Barcelona, to Imola and to Zandvoort as well, which took me by surprise at the start.
Exactly,
of the broadcast.
but yeah, so you got a split 12-hour at Monza, a full 24-hour at Barcelona,
Yes.
split 12-hour at Imola, and a split 12-hour at Zandvoort. I don't think they can run a 12-hour straight through.
It always was a split 12 hours at Zandvoort, wasn't it, in previous years?
Well, it's all about noisy days and curfews, about how long you can run various races. Portimao obviously is in the middle of nowhere, apart from its environs of its hotel and everything else. Everything around there is part of the Portimao complex, so they can run whenever they want, however they want. The Barcelona 24 is a historical event that's been run by the Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya in various guises with various cars for certainly since the 80s.
Yeah.
So
Not
that's
always. Well, only very recently become a GT event, though.
it was touring cars, wasn't it, for a long time? Yeah, so it's kind of a combination. Creventic and the RACC have put that together. But that is an overnight race that's been there forever, so it's no problem at all with that. But
Yeah,
of course,
true.
the Italian races, they have huge, much like UK races and a lot of other European races with lots of local people. They can't run later than 6 or 7 o'clock for noise regs, apart from a couple of days a year, which, with the Creventic method of racing, they don't need. The split races work really well.
Yes. Although noisy days, are there more of them available now that the calendar's been shredded as much as it has for 2020? Does that mean that there are more noisy days available now? But as you say, Creventic don't really need them. Yes, we need noisy afternoons for big GT3 cars, but as long as we're done by 6 o'clock generally, or 7 in some places, that's all fine. And it does mean then you can have a pleasant meal in the evening,
Yes.
nice sleep, and get cracking again for
A couple of beers.
8, 9, yeah, exactly.
Not the drivers, just us.
Some of the drivers, possibly, if they're not on first thing. 8, 9 hours of racing Saturday, and all home in time for tea on Sunday. It's a very pleasant way of going motor racing, and fully adaptable as well, as has been proven in the last few weeks. Cracking job, all those involved at the Creventic offices back in Genep, I think it is, and those that are on site this weekend and those that have decided not to travel or not needed on site but have done all of the administration work prior to us getting going again here in Portimao. Top job, everyone involved, and thumbs up, double thumbs up from me and Nick. Right.
That is a
Rather mangled
relatively
Mercedes.
low-speed accident that's been very expensive.
Yes.
There's a lot of expensive carbon fibre that's no longer in a position to be usable.
And Bryce
yeah.
Ward will have seen that coming from quite a way off, I think. He will have worked out that he wouldn't have been able to stop in time.
He'd been trying desperately, even so.
No, I'm sure.
He'd have wished he'd brought the anchor.
Both feet stamped on the brake pedal, and probably his hands as well if he could have reached. But the gravel trap doing its job to an extent in scrubbing some of the speed off. It's quite a shallow trap, though, before you hit something far more solid. And now the team can start to assess, bearing in mind they're going to have to repair whilst social distancing and having a stripped-down team as well. Engine looks fine.
And you can see how far back it is, as you said, the
Yeah.
actual engine block. The bits with the pistons in, the oily, dirty bits are all a long way back. But, of course, they use the space ahead for ancillaries, be it the air intakes, be it fans, be it radiators. So what the mechanic there is doing, he's looking for major problems. He's looking for leaks, and I haven't seen any fluid coming out of the car either way it was lifted up or way it was put down. So that's good news about the oil. The oil isn't leaking. If the water was leaking, it was a radiator leak, he probably would have all fallen out anyway, so you can't quite tell. But it does look like it's still watertight. It's just a question now of stripping down all those carbon fibre pieces. The front left is in less good condition than the front right, so there's an outside chance that they've done some suspension damage there. But as you rightly say, Joe, the challenge here is that they've got to fix the car, but they're fixing the car with 4 people rather than perhaps the 7 who were done it before. And it's that lower level of just sheer bodies that's going to mean it's going to take more time. But if they want to fix it, there appears to be no reason why they couldn't fix it.
Sure, Wim de Pundert at HT Motorsport is down there overseeing things. The team based in the Rhineland area of Germany, and HTP and Ward Racing from Bryce and Russell Ward, of course, have been.
The only plus point for Bryce is he actually owns a team, so what they're going to say,
Yeah,
they can look at it, they give him a dirty look, but
they've been colleagues for a long time, and they know how each other works, the two Americans along with the German squad, and I'm sure the Bryces are looking at Wim de Pondert's team and thinking, well, we couldn't really have much better crews. Black Falcon, obviously big name in Mercedes, but of equal stature as HTP and very well experienced as well at turning cars around. But there ain't too many better than the German-based squad HTP. So let's see what they can do. And I'm sure they will have factored in, having to deal with these repairs in the current situation.
So, quick update on where we are after the Code 60 and various extra stops. Leading is Ralph Bonn with the 91 car. He's a minute and 29 seconds ahead of Tim Muller, who's taken over the 92 Herber. Third is Tim Kloet, who's taken over the Muller Motorsport Porsche 911 from Jeroen Bleekemolen. Luke Breukers, after Nicholas Bert had to serve that very small penalty, is now leading TCR. He's leading by 5.5 seconds. Kari-Pekka Larsen is back by 37 seconds from in the Autorama car from Nicholas Bert, so 42 off the lead. So that's the top 6 and covers 3 different classes. Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage is leading in GT4. The other GT4 car is... where is he? There he is. He's down Park Lager Racing. Park Lager Racing are on 76 laps and Pro Sport are on 79. So it's a 3-lap lead in GT4. Obviously, there's a massive lead for Tom Kloet because Dominic Bastiani in the Speed Lover is off by about 27 laps. So, sorry, he's off by 31 laps. Apologies. It's got worse. In the other classes, which is, I think, just the Cayman class, it is currently being led by Muller Motorsport from Veloso. Torsten Jung in the car. And he has been turning laps about 10 seconds faster than the driver who started the race. So it is a case of the car's doing fine. It's just the different levels of the drivers involved on it. So, so Ralph Bonn leads by a minute and a half, approximately, from Tim Muller.
Cayman class, I'm just suddenly realising, is a new one for me. I'm just wondering whether that's been brought in since Dubai, because...
Well, they were in GT4.
Yes.
And then they appear to have got a bit left behind by GT4 regulations. So they aren't quite of the pace as the full factory, I suppose you say the level 1 down GT3 cars, that makes sense. So, which is what happens a lot. A lot of the GT4 cars are, you can get a GT4 Audi R8, you can get a GT4 Mercedes, we can see you can get a GT4 Aston. Yeah, you can't get a GT4 Ferrari at the moment, but I'm sure there's enough money involved you'll be able to. But yeah, and then Cayman GT4, which was originally designed as a GT4 car, has been left a bit behind with that. So it's not quite on the pace.
And there is a Cayman class in VLN, as was Cup 3 from memory. Cup 5's the BMWs, isn't it? And Cup 3, I think, is all Cayman. So maybe Creventic deciding, we can drum up some interest in this area of the grid, make it separate from GT4, and make it very, very competitive. 2 cars here this weekend, but yes, the Cayman class wasn't labelled on the entry list as such at Dubai, so maybe that's a change going forward into the European rounds that will now actually fully end the season with sadly no code to 24 hours on the calendar as things stand, but I'm assuming that comes back again in 2021.
Nicholas Bert has just gained 2.2 seconds on Luke Breukers in that lap as they build up to speed. He's now a second and a half. I noticed also that in the bottom grille area, so beneath the massive wide-mouth frog front of the Audi, in the bottom grille area, they've stuck some lights in so they can do the full-on GT3 flashing effect and try and get out of the way. I'm now 10 miles an hour faster. I'm flashing my lights. But certainly the Come To You car has found a bit of pace. It may have been a little minor error from Luke. Hence the reason that gap of 2 seconds has come down. 5 seconds has come down, sorry, to 2.5.
You see, at night, when you don't know who is pursuing you and trying to get past, that could be very intimidating indeed. You might think it's a GT3 car, and actually it's a TCE machine.
I don't think it's really annoying. I think it's really an annoying thing to happen.
Annoying for the person who's being chased.
Being flashed.
Being flashed, yeah.
I think it's the point. The point is to put them to stride by annoying them.
But if you can flash with such nature of intimidation, then you might force whoever you're trying to overtake by, because you think, oh, this guy's faster than me, obviously, and it might not be. It might be
massively vicious flashing.
Yeah. GT3 car, get out of the way. Oh,
you get pulled up in front of the stewards for overflash. But of course, they had to change rules, didn't they? They actually in Le Mans, because the Audis were flashing everything all the time. They said, no, you can do this many flashes. It's one single 10 flash every so long. Otherwise, you're effectively strobing like a disco the entire field the whole time. People go, am I driving or am I dropping acid? What am I doing? I don't know.
Yeah, quite a distraction, particularly if those sort of things affect you as well. But nighttime racing, maybe not something to get into if you're that way inclined. Anyway, the 80 car, 80 something car.
408.
Oh, was it? Okay, yeah, because it's the other way around, isn't it? Looking from the inside out.
Mirror world.
The numbers become backwards. So that car is 408, the Veloso Motorsport Porsche of Pedro Marreiros, and 408 is the one that's had
right
issues.
Together are Rick and they come to you with Nicholas Burt. They got either side of the GT4 Mercedes. Being run by, currently got Alvaro Ramos in that, in the Park Algar, and there is at one point there was kind of an overlap, almost to the point where there were different sides of the Mercedes. Nicholas Burt was slightly ahead almost there of Luke Breukers, but that's now always got a Porsche stuck in the middle of him, which is the Herberth car, that certainly cost the yellow DHL car a lot more time than it cost Luke in the orange Red Camel Jordan machine. But I'm sure that the pace that Nicholas Burt has now at this stage in the tyre, which we know they're fast in the first initial phase of the tyre, he's pulled up 5 or 6 seconds. They sweep down, back up the hill again to Portimao turn 11 with the interesting apex. You kind of run a little bit wide before you come back on the right again, before you come downhill, sweeping towards no-name number 12, which is more of a tight sweep, and then into 13, which is where we believe we lost Bryce Ward, and yet we did, looking at the whole outline. He basically went the first half of 13 before they turned right back on themselves. That's 12, so he fell off at 12 before you then sweep down to 13. It's a bit, the track map's a bit misleading. That Bryce actually fell off at 12, and 13 is in a double apex just after it.
Yeah, possibly.
No, he fell off. No, he fell off 12. He fell off there.
No, because 12's downhill.
Yeah, he fell off at 12.
No, I think he fell off at 13.
No, he didn't.
I think he was going uphill and ran out of brakes and went straight on. Nick's still saying no, but I'm convinced because there isn't even a tyre wall there.
We will pick that one up again.
Yeah, okay.
A bit later. I know what you're saying.
The lorry was coming back down the hill from 13 to 12, but we'll. He can show me the evidence that he went off at 12
what we need, though, and then
between 3 o'clock and half past 7.
Let's not talk about that anymore, because Nicholas Burt's got past Luke Breukers as he came around this part of the track, wherever it may be. You choose.
Not 13.
No, it was Lagos, actually, so at the end of the straight.
Lagos 4, yeah. The left-hander at 5, where I've seen many incidents during European Le Mans Series races, and thankfully we haven't had any of those with cars going backwards, but a monster crash in the season finale last year in the ELMS. So we're nearing the top of another hour. We're going to be back, by the way, in 4 hours' time, but not before I've given you a rundown of the current standings. And the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of now Ralph Bone leads the race after very nearly 3 hours. In fact, we've just ticked over to the end of the third hour now, and the gap back to the second Porsche is 1 minute and 31 seconds, call it 90 seconds, between the two sister Herbert Motorsport Porsches, 91 leading 92. Mühlner Motorsport is in third position. The Belgian squad then of Maurice Krantz, Carlos Vieira, Jeroen Blekemolen and Tom Cloet, and it's Cloet currently at the wheel in third place, ahead of the best of the TCE runners, up now as far as fourth position when you combine the two grids. So that's really good going from the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Cupra. Second place in the TCE category is the Come To You Team Audi Sport Audi RS3, car number 117, and currently driving that Nicholas Burt. Then it's Kari-Pekka Laaksonen in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, third in TCE and sixth when you combine the two. 401 is Konstantin Scholl, and Konstantin in Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin, currently in fourth place in the GT Series, ahead of another TCE car, which is the Autorama, the second of the Golfs, from Jeroen Oge. 421 is Torsten Young for Mühlner Motorsport in his Porsche 718 Cayman, class leader. Another TCE car is the Audi of AC Motorsport. There's really quite a lot of overlap here between the GT and the TCE cars. Really good to see how differently they're approaching the race, but coming out with similar results. Park Alga and their Mercedes is in 11th position with Alvaro Ramos. Then it is Thierry Ciccondali for Code Racing racing development and the Volkswagen Golf there. Car in the pits, as we've detailed to quite a degree, is the HT Winward Motorsport Mercedes. Will we see that car back in the race? Let's keep our fingers crossed. Veloso Motorsports, Porsche came as in 14th place and 8th in the GT Series. And finally, the speed lover, Dominic Bastian-driven Porsche, which has had so many problems. 5 pit stops to its name now and just 60 laps completed compared to another GT Series car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which has done 91 laps. That is us done here on RS3, but do stay tuned to this part of the network because it is Declan Brennan coming up next with the Football Rewind, episode 4 for the next hour, and we're back at 7.
normally we get a break next week because it would be after Le Mans. But it's not, so we won't. See you next week. Oh, no time to...
And you're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. My name's Johnny Palmer, and it is partway through the 24 hours of Portimao. Hopefully you joined us for our earlier coverage for 3 hours from midday through till 3 o'clock UK time. Obviously an hour forward of that for Portuguese. Oh no, it isn't. It's exactly the same time, of course, in Portugal. So that's easy for me to remember, at least going forward for the remaining portion of this race, of which there is a significant chunk still to go. Let's kick off actually this part of the broadcast with the current standings after 7 hours of racing. We left the scene heading to the other coverage on here on the Radio Show Limited network with the Herbert Motorsport Porsches neatly placed, and it is still the number 91 car of Robert Renauer, Alfred Renauer, Ralph Bone and Daniel Alleman at the head of the field. In fact, they lead by 3 laps now. Alfred Renauer has been in for a stint in that car, so they will have cycled through all 4 pilots, and looking very good indeed for that German squad, the Precoat Herbert Motorsport gang, with the 92 car running in second place of Jürgen Hering, who took the opening stint, the Greek Taki Konstantinou, who was in there for the second portion, and will work out who else has been at the wheel of that car. They may well have had chance to be through all 5 of their drivers, including Marco Seefried and Tim Muller. Mullner Motorsport, representing the 991 spec class, which is an all Porsche Cup class, are in 3rd position. These are all GT series racers, and Mullner Motorsport of the Belgian squad. Then the first of the TCE entries is the number 101 Red Camel Jordans.nl crew in their Cupra, and they were dueling throughout the opening 3 hours pretty much with the Come To You team Audi Sport, the 117 numbered RS LMS. Now that car has dropped back to 3rd position in the TCE category, and that means therefore Alta-Roma Motorsport have benefited in the 112 car slotting into 2nd position, but TCE very well represented when you combine both grids in that top 6. 7th position is the other Alta-Roma Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf. That's car number 1, of course, because they are now defending champions after a cracking 2019 season. Jasmine Pressig currently doing the driving there. 5th position in the TCEs is the AC Motorsport 188 numbered Audi RS3. That car then meaning that there are 5 TCEs now in the top 8 kind of overall, when again, when you combine both of the 2 separate races. Mullner Motorsport are 9th in the sister car, which is a Porsche 718 spec Cayman. In 10th position, and now on an outlap, Nico Verdonk in the instantly recognisable tangerine and white Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4 from Pro Sport Racing. 11th position is Bruno De Rossi for a stint in the Volkswagen Golf of the Code Racing Development entered GTI, car 124. In the pits now is Parkalga Racing Team's Mercedes, but that car 12th. Speed Lovers Porsche, which had 1 or 2 difficulties in the opening couple of hours. 978 back out again with Gavin Pickering back at the wheel. He started the race. Jose Costa for Velosa Motorsport in the Porsche Cayman for the Portuguese squad, and indeed driver, car 408 14th. And sadly for HTP Windward Motorsport, the big headline to come out of the opening few hours was a crash for Bryce Ward. Nick thought it was turn 12, I thought it was turn 13. Let's call the whole thing off. But it was on the climb up the hill at least, and it nosed into the barrier. We didn't think it was going to be a quick fix, and now sadly, many hours on, over 4 hours in the pits now to get that car fixed. Let's hope the work's continuing. No doubt we'll find that out over the next half an hour or so, but the car, sadly, our 15th entry, has not taken any further part in the race. So it's Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon, and a third voice, John Hindhaugh, for this portion of the race. John already having had a busy time of it with qualifying yesterday and the mere matter of a VLN race virtually on RS1 earlier on. We'll bring him into the conversation in a moment or two, but first of all, Nick Damon, How was the barbecue?
The barbecue was marvellous, yeah. Quality chicken, marinated in a well-known Portuguese-based peri-peri restaurant sauce. And some excellent vegetables as well. So yeah, I've been fed well. I was fed well by Eve and John a couple of days ago. Fed well by Tim. So the RSL charity feeding of Nick Damon has gone particularly well this week. Noticeable really as we come back to. I'll let you pick up some of the other stories, but it's not a good news if you're a fan of Mercedes AMG, which I am these days. Bryce Ward in the GT3 hit the barriers and hasn't really started again 4 hours 20 minutes later, but also spending a massive amount of time in the pits whilst we were scoffing barbecue food is the Park Algar GT4 AMG, which has been in for 2 hours and 7 minutes. And we didn't see what caused that, we didn't see what happened. Hopefully we might get some pit lane cameras showing what's going on, but so that car is actually about to drop to next to last in the next lap or so, as currently it is scored 13th, the 14th place with Jose Costa in the Veloso Motorsport Porsche Cayman. That is now on the same lap, and it's scored as 2 hours and 5 minutes behind, but we'll go ahead in the next couple of minutes, and there'll be two Mercedes AMGs in the bottom two positions, Johnny.
Yeah, and we've plenty of battling out on track, and sadly not quite for the lead at the moment because of the dominance of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And they do have, in the form of their teammates, a rear gunner in effect to fend off cars from some of the other classes in the GT series. It's a real shame that the 84 car has hit relatively early problems, because that Mercedes really was able to take the fight to the Porsches. But I think in TCE we could still be treated to a stonking battle. We've got two cars on the lead lap, possibly even the 117 as well. Wait for that to tick off its 196th lap. But kind of knew from the opening exchanges between the 101 and the DHL-backed Audi, car number 117, that it was going to be closely fought. Tom Coronel and Rick Brokers putting on a cracking show, and then when their new drivers took over in those cars, it was just the same pretty much, and that's testament to how good TCR as a category is, whether that's in sprint racing or in endurance, as it's turned out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the TC, I think we had a couple of code 60s whilst we were away as well, so there's been quite a lot of both for debris, not for, I don't know, accidents, but it may be the debris may be in the result of an accident and actually have to fill the 412 way to get information upload on that. But and I think that's split the cars up slightly. It also managed to get Evo's session out of the way, because great though Evo is, fantastic guy, great person to have a beer with. Happy honest, I think Luke and his brother are a bit quicker.
Now, John, obviously you were calling the qualifying session yesterday, 2 hours in total. The one thing we've noted, though, today, well, at least as we started, that temperatures were a little bit cooler than yesterday, and how the tyres behaved across the stint was a big question mark. Really interesting that the two leading TCE cars from the off were able to match each other's pace stride for stride. Anti-Burry just dropped off completely, was about 30 seconds behind those two leaders, but then really came into it within about 5 or 6 laps of the in-lap. This place is strange on tyres. I don't remember it being that brutal, but particularly today, it seems like it's been really difficult to know what the ideal tyre strategy is.
It's not the newest of tarmacs, is it?
No.
Let's be honest. So it has got its own unique character. The sunshine's been on it all day today. Track temperatures going up, even in the DNLS, which Bruce and I were doing earlier on at the Nürburgring, with the rather typical conditions of today, thanks to the cleverness of iRacing. Nobody could get 8 laps out of their tyres, which is the normal in the top class, although there is a new tyre model in iRacing. It's just one of those things, isn't it, that you have to live with. And with, I think Nick mentioned it yesterday in the qualifying show, with a small but perfectly formed field, the track will not be rubbering in quite as much as it might have been. It was Nick's point from yesterday, and I thought it was a cracking one. It also means slightly less clag offline. You were opining earlier on about the second Herbert car, the number 92 car. The driver stats are as follows. Jürgen Haring started and did 45 laps. Taki then jumped in and did 36 laps and 1 lap. Then Tim did 38 and a 10. Marco then did a 29, Jürgen back in for a 37, and then Taki has done a 6 and then an 11. Some of those interrupted by code 60s, which is why they were odd. So the only person I reckon who hasn't been in that number 92 car yet is Michael Hughes.
That would fit, yes, and obviously he doesn't not fitted into the rotation quite yet, but maybe there is a plan for him to do some more running overnight. When
Yeah, exactly. With a lot of these heavily gentleman driver lineups, you are going to have one or two of the guys who really don't favour driving at night and would prefer to get as many of their hours, at least the minimum 2 hours for scoring points, done either this evening or tomorrow morning. If you've got a guy who is happy at night and is as quick at night as these guys are during the day, you're going to save him and you're going to use him in conjunction with your semi-pros and your pros. It makes perfect sense that the rotation won't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when you're running 24 hours across the night.
Don't think Michael's done any running in the 24H series previously. I've got him down as doing a couple of ADAC GT races as far back as 5 years ago in a BMW Z4 actually, and then since then not a great deal. So it'll be interesting to see the team's approach there. I think Michael's name is still on the side of that car, so there is presumably still the plan to run as a quintet.
There was an entry list published only about 20 minutes before the race started when we got it.
Yeah, a revised version.
And we couldn't work out what was different. No. So they must have been pretty sure that was the people who were going to take the start at least. Creventic are famous for entry lists being initially vague and then finally way too accurate. And they've obviously got to the end going, yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I wasted a large amount of pre-race trying to work out what was different with the entry list than what I had from yesterday morning.
Well, PORTIMAO was suggesting it might have been factoring in all the drivers that were eligible for the race after their qualifying runs. And in fact, if they'd all qualified, nothing would have changed, but it's just the fact that it was kind of the legit people that were able to take part after yesterday's running. So a fascinating day for you, John, having called a virtual race in the morning, and now we move to the real thing. But isn't it good to have, I know Bruce Jones' term, full metal racing once more?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed it yesterday. It's been a while since I've been at the Algarve International Circuit, or the International Circuit of Algarve, whichever the way round you put it. I do like the track. The onboards are stunning. I think, as we spoke about yesterday, Nick, the thought, the care and the attention to detail from Creventic in putting this Hankook 24-hour series event together, and indeed rejigging their whole calendar, which is not the work of a moment either. I think they've done a really good job. I was browsing in the times whilst the onboards were playing after you guys finished at 3. And by the way, the onboards will run during the night as well, and we still have live timing and scoring on radio-show.co.uk on the event page, along with the video stream on the overnight. I was browsing through the race direction channel, and we have had a couple of people warned for breaking the COVID guidelines, and that can get you a time penalty. But we have had a couple of people who've been warned for not respecting the COVID-19 guidelines in the pit lane. The most recent penalties, the leading 91 car has just been given a 10-second time penalty for its 9th track limits offence, 6th offence for the 188, the TCR, and multiple offences for the 91 got a 20-second penalty as well, and neither of the 91 penalties have been served yet, so they will have 30 seconds time penalty to serve. Of course, you double that up to a minute if it's under code 60, but they've got to take that. That first offence that hasn't been served yet was at 18:39, so about half an hour ago. So they've got, I think, Johnny, it's 3 hours to serve that, isn't it?
Yeah, it rings a bell, yeah.
I thought it was 2 hours.
2 hours, possibly.
You might be right.
Only from reading the regs for the virtual race, and they were pretty similar to the regs for the real races. So I think it's a 2 hour window you have, and if it's in the last 2 hours of the race, you haven't got to take it, you get time added on to your finishing time, which I've always had a bit of an issue with because that can affect results. Because what you end up with, you can get the extra lap, but a very long extra lap.
Yeah, that is a
good
I'm pretty sure that is a 2-hour rule, though. You know, if it's within the last 2 hours of the race, so that would probably echo in the fact that the other rule, you know, penalties for elsewhere in the race are probably 2 hours.
5 code 60s for a total of 6 laps, or if you prefer, 37 minutes of running. And as far as the leaders have been concerned, Windward led early on with Indy Donchi when he started the race. Then Robert Renard for the 91 Herbert car. The 92's led as well with Jürgen Herding driving. Daniel Alleman led for the 91. Then HTP again, Russell Ward. Then Taki for the 92. And since lap 82, we have had the Herbert Motorsport number 91 car ahead. Am I right in saying that when Bryce Ward went off, he was either on his out lap or his first flying lap of his stint?
No, he was 8 minutes in, so it'd been his second flyer. I think you said to me it was 7.5 minutes in, yes. second flyer. Yes. Yeah, it's a bit of a mysterious one. We've had, as always, we've had some fabulous screenshots on Twitter, and someone pointed out there was no sign of an attempt to brake hard coming off between 12 and 13.
Second. Yeah,
so maybe it was a brake
second
failure.
flying lap it was, you're right. I mean, he took the car over at the start of lap number 75 and it hasn't gone beyond 77, that car.
He went completely flat in, which is the best thing, of course. It was a complete nose in straight onto the barrier. Did all the carbon fibre. Didn't seem to be, to me, that it would have damaged any of the corners effectively or the chassis. Slightly more to the driver's left and driver's right damage-wise. It would be quite a major reconstruction. It looks, the fact they've taken 4 hours 29 minutes and haven't come out again, they've decided not to do it. Because that wasn't a 4 hour 29 minute repair.
No, right.
Because there was, to me, the worst case scenario would be to replace the front left corner, and even that looked unlikely. So unless it's broken that one little widget they didn't have, and I would doubt that the AMG support truck is there. It'd be interesting to find out if AMG have sent their support truck as they normally do to Creventic events. Then that they would get out. But it may just be they got the point going, okay, right, we've done this, that's that. We'll pack it up and we'll go and have a beer by the paddock pool. It may be, for example, that because they're running with less engineers overall, it becomes a much more difficult job when you've only got 4 people in total rather than 8, to work on the car. So. Yeah, but that would be nice. Then, unfortunately, of course, we then have the other Mercedes AMG, the very pretty, almost showroom stock GT4 John from Park Algar Racing, and that's also fallen on hard times. It'd be really nice to get the information from the track about what caused that car to come into the pits 2 hours and almost 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, just checking the various Twitter feeds actually to see if there's an update from HTP Motorsport. Can't find one immediately to suggest whether they've thrown the towel in or whether they are pushing on to try and get that car back out again. But yeah, I can see what Nick's saying about 4.5 hours. Maybe that's it. We'll wait and see. But it'd be nice to get 15 cars, well, ideally to the halfway point, if not further. That may not be possible.
But there's no fast repair in this, Nick, is there not?
No.
Oh, sorry, no. I'm sorry.
No, what you'll see is when Bryce Ward got out and looked at the car and looked up, so he could sit there going, yeah, that's about 1 hour definite, 2 hours optional repairs. I'm in trouble here. That is the difference. And this is the key difference, obviously. And we've all been watching various levels of damage modelled and graphics and everything else in all sorts of virtual series. And there's one obviously on at the moment. Well, it's not at the moment. It's under red flag, but what we see suddenly with a real car with a real accident, there's a real cost to sorting it out, both in cash, time, depression, letting the team down, especially when you've made a huge effort to be at this premier race in the European season.
I think that's the real horrible thing about it.
It didn't even get to run through all the drivers. It was second driver in where it went wrong. Admittedly, not quite so bad because obviously Phil had managed to get a bit of driving time himself, but Bryce's son's a bit annoyed with his dad, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought Russell had a stint.
Russell did have a stint.
Yeah, so Indy started, Russell Ward second, and then Bryce
Phil didn't get out today, but he got out yesterday. It's fine, they've all had a play. I'll take that one back. It's been absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, no, I mean limited mileage, but at least they all had a go.
Exactly, which is all you ever ask.
Look at the positives.
It's like an unreliable self-hire cart, isn't it? We want to go.
Yeah. I mean, Bryce will be kicking himself, and I'm sure the team, are throwing themselves around him to kind of offer them the support at a socially appropriate distance, of course.
They're putting a virtual arm around him.
That's
from
right.
a metre away.
Yes, indeed.
It's Portugal, give me a metre away.
But I mean, it's so tough because it is such a logistical nightmare even to be at a race like this, and they would have loved to have had a race finish, but it might still be possible. We're writing them off. And they may emerge in true Creventic fashion. We've seen it many, many times before. The 101 Red Camel car, though, has sort of established itself as the TCE leader now, although only by a smallish chunk of time, just over a minute and 5 seconds, all but a tenth. And Luke Breukers back at the wheel. Miklas Bourne, second place. So 2 lads still in their teens duking it out at the head of that TCE series field. And Nicholas Bert really not a great deal older either.
Yeah,
he
is running
17,
third.
18?
Yeah, he's 17,
yeah.
He's actually running third. They are on the first 3 are on the same lap, but Luke Breukers is probably 50 metres behind the 117 of Nicholas Bert, looking to put that lap on him, as they are both of them now sweeping around turn 15 in the Galp corner and climbing mildly uphill onto the main straight. Down to 1. So yes, that's going to be a lappage soon, but I'm sure that Nicholas will try and stay on the lead lap for as long as possible.
Actually, Luke's just ticked into his 20s in April this year. He won't probably thank me for saying that, but
no.
There we are. It's a fact. And much experience in the TCE arena, whether that be in the sprint racing field for Genco Motorsport or now more so racing the Red Camels Cupra, as he's doing increasingly so, joining Evo, his dad, and Rick when he can find the time. I think Rick just desperate to get back behind the wheel of a car of any shape or size. So they are doing a good job so far, and as are all the TCEs actually, because their reliability, if anything, stronger than the GT cars right now. 5 of them represented in that top 8, and those 5 only separated by 5 laps.
When you looked at the entry form for a streamlined entry here, you sat there and went, well, actually, the TCR entry is pretty much with if you stuck Baz Kooten on them, his 2 cars, you'd have the standard TCR entry for a Creventic race with all the quality, all the ebb and flow, all the scrapping there normally is. Red Camel's obviously with a slightly more stellar driver lineup than usual, because obviously Evo's asked his rather quick older son to join the team and had the advantage of having Luke in as well. So they managed to get a couple of fast young guns rather than what they normally do is mix and match it a bit with some of the more what's the word for it? My age, stately drivers, shall we say? So they've got a very, very
more experience, Nick. More experience of life.
Yes, not excellent. Yes, not race experience, but life experience.
More experienced in life. That is the way that we always call it. Another more time penalties coming in. 188, multiple track limits offences. That's a 30-second time penalty. A warning for the 101. That is the car that Nick was just talking about there, up in 4th position and leading the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance part of the race, and the TCR class as well, of course. But that is just a warning at the moment for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite easy on this track, which I think it drags you into trying to get an extra few miles an hour out of it, and sometimes it cameras against you. But there's a couple of corners where you can really, if you're really pushing, certainly the Primera, the first corner, you can easily go wide. Lagos also, there's a line through that which is a little bit taking liberties for the fastest exit, and I think that's where people have been caught out a lot in the 4 through 5. And they have been very hot in it, and they've been calling as many people as possible. So by the time I think we're going to see regular people stopping for 20, 10, 30 seconds as time goes on, because they're finding it quite easy to slip off the track. Also, we did see quite a lot in the early running, Johnny and John, is that in being lapped or lapping, people were tending, because it's a good place to overtake coming into one, either the lapper or the lappee would end up going wide. Now, I'm not sure whether the clerks of the course are calling those ones as track limits when there's another car involved, effectively taking your eyesight away.
Well, yeah,
I assume they're called by the as normally by the marshals and stewards.
The first change of lead, which was Robert Renaud going up the inside of Indy Dontje on lap 3, I'm going to guess, actually forced Dontje well out onto the curbs, didn't it? Kind of at level with the apex of what is labelled turn 2 on this on the track map here, which is actually the bike chicane that's not in use. So it's a strange old track configuration because we go through turn 1 and then the next corner's turn 3. But it's very easy to drop off over the curb, particularly if you've got someone on your inside gunning for the lead, and that's exactly what happened. I think you and I suggested they're not going to be done for track limits there because they've actually lost out, and certainly no advantage gained. But there's also, because you were making the point earlier on, this is shaped like a bike circuit. The curbs aren't that abrasive. They're very flat. They are tempting to run over. And there's heading up to Portimao corner, turn 11, which is really 2 separate right-handers, so many people just ignoring that first apex and straight lining the curb, and it's so easy to get all 4 wheels off there, and obviously advantage is gained.
I remember Joe and I having a long conversation about the correct line through Portimao. We were lucky enough to do a number of laps in the hire car the first time we went there, and we were driving around for, I think we actually had an hour and a half going around in the hire car.
That's pretty good.
Got a few laps each, and we were trying to work out what was the best route, and he said this line, I said that line, and in the end, what the actual cars took was all sorts of different lines. You're watching now the number 1 Autorama just going through that very corner. As you say, Johnny, basically ignored the first apex. It's like, I'm not even interested in that. But you'll also see some of the bigger cars, the faster cars, will actually very heavily hit that, get the rotation beginning at this first corner, the first part of 11, to turn it round. It does seem when you've got a front-wheel drive car which pulls you out of the corner, you have a very different line around that particular corner, but based on the fact it's uphill and then down dale, than it does when you're actually running a rear-wheel drive. That seems to be the difference, and it's a very easy corner to pitch and see because the camera is perfect to look at the entire attitude of the car as it goes right round that sweeping right, which then turns to a 90-degree on the exit.
Yeah, Jasmine Pricing, if indeed it was her that we just saw going through 11, a different line from, for example, Tom Coronel during his opening stint in the Audi, the yellow Audi, because I mean he was lining the car up right with that initial apex at 11 and just right over the curb, and almost I thought compromising the second bit of Portimao then, because you're approaching at such an angle that you need to add more rotation to get the car through that much tighter second right-hander. But who am I to criticise Tom Coronel with all his years of experience? Tom
Coronel is very difficult to criticise for racing-wise.
Yeah.
Quite difficult, easy to criticise for his Twitter habits, but you know.
Agreed. We'll leave those well alone.
Guys, just a quick update from the 24H series and from a number of our listeners on RS3 and viewers to the live stream as well on radio-show.co.uk. The HTP Winward Motorsport Winward Racing Car has officially retired. They've put it out on their Instagram account. So that is an official retirement. Alan Prosser with pictures of the damage to that car, which I have retweeted as well. And Nick, you're right, it didn't look too bad from the external, but clearly some damage underneath in there.
Yeah, it may even be, John, that they haven't got one of the bits they need. And without, and of course, what normally happens, the Mercedes AMG is by far the most popular GT3 car within the Creventic series. So normally, if you didn't have the bit, you could go next door and ask Barry if he's got the bit. But of course, they are the only car of that type here. So it's a bit unfortunate and a bit harder. But it's it gives me an excuse to upgrade to the new version, doesn't it, John? The upgrade kit, because most of that's just the front end.
I think that, but you told me the 2019
no,
is the new car.
I was absolutely wrong, and it was Jamie Peters-Ellis who pointed it out to me that I had got it wrong because
I had got. So that means I had
it right. The new one is much more wide-mouth frogged than this one.
Well, that's the 2020
The 2020 is very, very radiatory and grilly.
Yeah,
that is a word now. Whereas that was the previous version. I was slightly put off by the fact that it was the second version, but it wasn't the Evo version, and I think that's down to the way GT3s are kind of nomenclatured. And I remember there being a new car, and of course we'd seen them at Dubai. There was a mixture of the new and the old.
Well, it was this race in Portimao 12 months ago that the 2020 spec car, although not homologated.
Correct.
Actually debuted.
Yes, he ran SPX. You're absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah, and in that sort of orange colour, and Charlie Putman had a go in it, and there were some Works Mercedes drivers in there as well.
And interestingly, one of the reasons, one of the main advantages of the new one is it has better serviceability. It makes it easy to fix those bits, which have often caused issues for the GT3, where you have a minor part go and suddenly you're taking the engine out again.
There is a conversion kit, so you don't have to buy a brand new car, because clearly the quote-unquote you can quote-unquote upgrade, because you're using the same base model, if you will, on that car, so there's a parts kit to do it. For the aesthetics of the car, sorry, Brim went to sleep there for a moment. For the aesthetics of the car, however, there are a few little detail changes if you were to buy a brand new one from Thomas Jaeger at AMG. But from the outside, at least, you can make the difference. But as Nick was saying, there are some slight engineering changes on the full version, which I think would be slightly more difficult to enact on the previous model of the car.
But you know, I mean, I think one of the good things about the GT3 regulations is this A, stability on the car, and B, the fact that if you do improve it, you have to produce an upgrade kit, and it makes the much easier to work out what is the cost to my car per race per year, because it's not becoming obsolete. Even if it may become outdated, you can redate it effectively. You can bring it up to where you want to be, and you get all the benefits of the later version. So, you know, whilst the GT3 has some things that aren't right with it, that element of it really, I think, helps teams work out how they can run these cars successfully. And of course they are, you know, with the possible exception of a couple of teams within